Hello. Hi, how is everyone doing? Hello, Itzy, how are you doing? What the heck? What is that chat message? Are you gooning in my chat? How dare you? Oh, man. Okay, the usual thing, the usual thing. We're gonna do the good old reaction stream. And we're gonna watch some normal stuff, some fucked up stuff. We're gonna watch all kinds of stuff. Has been a pretty normal Saturday. Kind of boring, to be fair. Sorry, I'm still making a thumbnail. I am still making a thumbnail. My bad. Ten subs left? Yeah, 10 subs left. Don't jinx it before somebody's gonna unsubscribe. Which will happen. Which will happen. Let me real quick. Okay, perfect. That'll do. But yeah, how is everyone doing? I'm just gonna yap a little bit. Tomorrow comes the big Pokemon video. I'm excited to drop that. Gonna be interesting. Gonna be very interesting. I'm excited to drop that. Let me real quick. I need to finish this thumbnail. My bad. I forgot. I forgot. At least the title of the video is ready. A rare case. And everything else is also ready. Good morning, Poker. I'm doing good. That's good to hear. How are you doing? I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. Still can't fix my sleep, but I'm doing alright. I'm still working on that. We'll see. If that actually becomes normal eventually. I assume after winter, to be fair. Because that's a winter issue usually. And perfect. We can jump into the reactions. Wonderful. Wonderful, I'm done. Like I said, my bad. My apologies. That is my fault. I'm a silly man. Let me look at chat filters, by the way. If everything's fine. Yeah, everything's fine. Perfect. Wonderful, wonderful. We can get straight into the reactions. For that, I need to switch here. Oh no, it's gone. Let me switch again. Let me also change something. Yeah, that works. My bad. It is gone. Why is it gone? We will never know. It's back now. It's back now, but chat is so far down. What is this? Oh, that's ugly. Disgusting. Yeah, nope. That'll do. That'll do. But I don't need this one. Sub goal can go. Perfect. Now we got it. Let me turn that up. Turn that sheet up. Neat. Really neat. Man. Everything's chaotic today, I have to say. Let me just still drink something before we get into the good stuff. We'll start with the good stuff. More or less. Perfect. Well, let's get into it. The first video is a Refs This video. I'm very quick on these, to be fair. It's about Johnny Somali again. Our favorite, nuisance uh content creator. Korean prosecutors are cooking Johnny Somali by Ref says Desu. I am very scared what he has done again, but yeah, let's get into it.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rep here. So, I have an early Christmas gift for you all. We have some big updates regarding Johnny Somali, including an official trial date for him, as well as some new charges he is facing. Now, this entire situation with Johnny Somali has blown up even more than he probably ever imagined. Not only is there immense national outrage for his actions in South Korea, but there is international attention on this more than he's ever had before.
Yeah, they're cooking his ass everywhere. Like, I've even seen like German content creators talk about, bro. It is insane. It is actually crazy. Have you considered taking melatonin? It's a non-addictive sleep aid that doesn't make you drowsy the next day. The problem is that I can't sleep. The problem is that I cannot stay asleep. Which means like I can go to bed at midnight and I'll wake up at 4 a.m. 0.4 a.m. It is too powerful.
In fact, it's gotten so bad that this whole story is breach containment. I mean, you have sources like CNN covering Johnny Somali. It's actually quite insane. But all of this stems from his activities in South Korea over the past 2 months or so. You guys know the story at this point. He goes around being a nuisance streamer, pushes things way too far, ends up getting jumped many times, tries to leave the country, gets stopped by Korean authorities, and eventually he is indicted on a charge of obstruction of business relating to this clip right here, because just like everything else in Johnny Somali's life, it is on film because he films every waking moment of his life. So therefore, all of his crimes in South Korea are also recorded and now being used against him. And in this case, with this charge of
I didn't see that clip for too long. Like I've seen the clip where he throws it like once, but he throws the entire cup of noodles. Well, not the entire cup, but like everything that he spilled, he throws out of the convenience store. Ugh.
obstruction of business. I mean, does it get any easier than this? The trial should be as long as this 2-minute clip because it's just that cut and dry. However, there's more to this story and what's going on in South Korea. Before we get into the new charges and the trial dates, this is a very crazy story from a few days ago where, for about 2 hours, South Korea was in a state of martial law. Like I said, only for about 2 hours, and it was eventually lifted. However, the memes regarding Johnny Somali and this.
Yeah, so this was actually crazy. South Korea was under martial law, so pretty much just very much just military law. Briefly, then somehow the South Korean National Assembly got in their like in like the politicians building, lifted a thing again. Then there was so much pressure on the president of South Korea that even he decided, okay, stop. I'm lifting that right now. It was so weird. They somehow also like had to sneak in. Very weird. I've seen this guy before, Johnny Somali. Yup, he is a special kind of retard. Let's just say that.
Events were crazy. That just shows you how much people despise Johnny Somali. They see national news about South Korea and they immediately are making posts like this saying Johnny Somali executed, body hung outside of South Korean parliament.
Yikes. Wow. Wow. Wow. Not even a community node. That's wild.
77,000 likes. Here's another one where someone said, just in, Johnny Somali game ended in South Korea. And there's even a note on this one. I don't even think this is just for dispelling misinformation. It's probably just to not get people's hopes up because that's how bloodthirsty people are for Johnny Somali on social media. And honestly, with his behavior is it really that surprising? But we do have some updates to go over today, beginning with this Dexerto article here. Johnny Somaly's trial date revealed as South Korean police prepare more charges. Now, Dexerto's been doing a good job covering this.
More charges. Is it probably the whole anti-terrorism thing and the playing the North Korean anthem while the Syrian rebels capture Aleppo? Not Hamas. It's a different name. And Nara, this means the war will be over within weeks in Syria. Okay, interesting.
Story mainly because they're using Legal Mindset as a source here. He is, of course, an attorney who is covering this very closely, and he really is the perfect person to cover this right now. And I definitely want to share his accounts with you so you can keep track of everything going on with Johnny Somaly, because not only is he a lawyer, but also he is in Korea, so he is there to cover everything as it's unfolding, especially with this upcoming trial. But first, let's get some information about the trial and how people like Legal Mindset are going to be covering it.
For you, this is his trial here in Seoul.
Didn't Johnny Somaly try to sue Legal Mindset? If I'm not wrong, still hasn't done that. Very interesting.
South Korea. And we can officially announce that it is going down on December 20th, 2024, right before
Get
Christmas,
ready,
right
yes,
on Friday.
early Christmas gift.
Now, let's be very clear, this is Seoul time, so for many of you who are in the US, this will be something that'll be on the evening of the 19th when it goes down. A couple factors in this: there is no recording allowed in the courtroom, so we will not be able to.
Early Christmas gift. Oh, please send him to jail. Please do it. Please. It would be so funny. Man, SK was like 1 millimeter away to becoming NK. Oh god, not Johnny, some Salmonella again. Yeah, again. Johnny could die in jail because he'll mock the prisoners. He's gonna go one way or another.
To record inside of the courtroom.
That's not
However,
surprising.
we will be able to make some video and possibly record outside of the courthouse, outside of the courtroom.
Oh, the memes are going to be amazing. Watching Johnny Somaly walk into that courtroom is going to be hilarious. That's going to be all over the internet. I'm already predicting it. Invest in your meme stocks right there.
And also, I'll be able to live tweet outside of the courtroom, and even perhaps from inside the courtroom as well. So we will have those updates for you. I will be there. I will see everybody and see Ramsey in court on the 20th. Now, this will probably.
Bro got in there? Bro got actually in there. Wow. That is funny. That is funny. We'll see everything. Is that ref says Desu? Yup, it is.
Happen in the morning. So once again, just be aware of that. And we can now look forward to that in less than 2.5 weeks. Now, an important.
So you got the information there. He'll be live tweeting and doing stuff like that. And of course, I'll put a link to his Twitter and YouTube if you want to follow everything going on, because I love a good live tweets session regarding an ongoing event. That's always interesting. And with the lack of cameras, or what seems to be the lack of cameras being allowed inside the courtroom, this is probably the best way to get your coverage. But yes, go prepare for the 20th. Get ready to see Johnny Somaly in the Thunderdome over there.
In the Thunderdome is crazy. That is wild. Imagine if the Korean convicts look like those buff manhwa characters. He would die. True. It would absolutely whoop him. He better not drop the soap, though. Yeah, that's mommy ref. That's crazy.
Fighting for his life as he's facing these charges. However, there's some pretty interesting information to also know about this particular case and how the South Korean legal system works. And Johnny Somaly pretty much has no way to wiggle out of this.
Now, an important thing is there are multiple stages to a trial. This is not going to be going down like the United States, where a trial starts, it goes for 2 weeks, and then it's over. In fact, this is something that is just the first hearing, where they will have the indictment, they'll have the opening statements, and Ramzi Khalid Ismail will have a chance to plea if he wants to plead guilty. But
Also, a thing with his name, he hates his real name so much. He hates it so much that he'd rather be called Johnny Somali. That's always funny to me.
even
It's not even a bad name. What? It's not even a bad name. That's a fine name. Bro is weird.
if he pleads guilty, there will still be a sentencing phase, which will take several weeks and allow for folks who may want to intervene, may want to present other evidence, to present evidence as to his culpability in this case.
Which would be amazing. If you could introduce anything, that is already a giant win. I mean, you already have people like Legal Mindset here trying to collect clips and videos that he can also possibly present to anyone who he is allowed to do so with, and that's already looking bad. But people are making entire graphs of...
Motherfucker, they're making graphs! Look at it! I want to read some of these. Okay. Bro has... Okay, we got sex crimes, we got the cyber crimes, we got specifically for Korea, Japan, threat terrorism. Oh my god. Bro has it all. Sexual harassment of minors? What the fuck? Hi, Red Leviar. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. What do we have here? Assault. Grape thread. Films himself making obscene phone calls to underage girls. That's a spider web. That is... Oh my god. Minors? Yeah, minors. Illegal consumption of alcohol, refusal to show ID to police officer, threatened to commit crimes against children. You know the glitch in I'm a Cat? It's fixed. Let's go! What the? That is crazy. That is actually insane. Andreas, hi, how are you doing? I did donate some money to Danish charity. Neat. That's nice. Awesome. What the sexual harassment of women in the street. Intention to commit prostitution? Wind in the street. Okay. Wow, there's a lot in here.
Everything that Johnny Somali is doing overseas, particularly in Korea. And you can look, these are all of the potential crimes that Johnny Somali has been committing. It is actually insane.
Wait. Grooming of child? Sex threats to children. Collaboration with Discord users to commit crimes. Possession of distribution of CSA via Discord. Playing I want to have with children. What the fuck? And you could roll cans down the stairs. That's funny. That sucks. Oh my god.
Cyber crimes, sex crimes, all of these potential things, terroristic threats. I mean, it's really insane, all of the stuff he could potentially face charges for. But yes, this is actually one I want to show you guys. This is a clip that is making the rounds. This is kind of the latest thing going on with
Johnny Somali threatens what the fuck? Threatens to grape female streamer named Moxie outside the ABC Pizza in Hongdae, Seoul.
Johnny Somali. You can read the caption. It doesn't sound great, but listen to the beginning of this clip where Johnny Somali is interacting with this streamer named Moxie.
Can you please help me? Help me! He said he's gonna rape me.
Yeah, not an expert on South Korean law here, but I have a feeling what Johnny Somali did is probably a...
How about we get his ass, like, immediately? Oh, get this man away from women. That is crazy.
crime. I know that's a hot take right there. It's probably stunning to make such an assumption like that, but yeah, not looking good, and it's just being added to the list of things that he has done. But this is the very interesting portion of the video. So Johnny Somali has been hit with an additional charge before his December trial in South Korea. Now, what is this charge? Well, it's a very interesting one, and of course, Legal Mindset here is going to explain what this charge is.
Breaking news. Charges were added to his current case on the 20th. This is interesting. So, Violation of Minor Offenses Act. Let me look that one up. So, breaking of the Minor Offenses Act is something that includes for minor offenses such as squatting, possessing a lethal weapon, impersonating an official, or failing to report a person in need of help.
So he would
Damn. Yeah, bro is going to jail. Bro is not getting out of this anymore. What the fuck?
actually go further and check out some of the examples that are listed under this minor offenses law here. And really, there's a lot of things that Johnny Somali and his behavior could potentially fall under, but this one in particular we're going to listen to is pretty much hitting the nail on the head with Johnny Somali's behavior in South Korea.
Unauthorized handling of livestock, obstruction of flow of waterways, begging, creation of insecurity. Oh, this is nice. Oh, look at this. Look at this. This is an easy slam dunk. Any person who makes another uneasy, annoyed, or offended by standing in the way, provoking a quarrel, gathering around, following and uttering, or doing highly rough or menacing words or conducts without justifiable grounds, and any person who creates disgust by intentionally exposing fearful tattoos at a public place used or frequented by many people, such as Parker Road. Well, he would definitely be starting a fight. He was provoked.
Yeah, he's cooked. This
Ding, ding, ding. Truly ding, ding, ding. Bro is so cooked. It is crazy. Threatens, I'm gonna use that term. I misspoke. Gotta give credit to Salmonella for causing trouble to a country where almost all of male Koreans are military trained. The fact that nobody is took him out yet is actually ridiculous.
Again, this is not a huge violation here that he's being charged with, but it's adding to the charges, and that basically puts Johnny Somali in an even tougher situation in this creation of insecurity section of this law. I mean, that is Johnny Somali. He is a creation of insecurity. All he does is go around and create insecurity for others by being a nuisance and provoking people and starting fights and harassing people and acting disorderly. Like, there's other examples of things listed here that he could also...
Omega Player, thank you for the super chat. Well. Yeah, truly, well. Rev is salivating looking at the evidence. I mean, he has been farming this just as much, and I'm farming this as well, because it's, like, so funny to watch.
Fall under, but this creation of insecurity, I mean, what else could be better used to describe what Johnny Somali has been doing for months in South Korea and really just everywhere he's gone in his life and in his nuisance streaming, quote unquote.
It's actually crazy that like Israel was so chill on this dude and didn't whoop his ass. It's sad that Japan was so chill about this, or they really didn't care that much.
Career. But anyways, not looking great for Johnny Somali. Another charge. We have a trial date of December 20th, and we have the coverage from Legal Mindset, and I'm sure others as well, to look forward to when that is arriving. And yeah, I think that's going to do it for the latest Johnny Somali update. It's not looking great for him, but I don't think anyone feels sorry for him at this point. But that's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below.
My feelings are very simple. I have no feelings towards this man. This man is cooked. And yeah, maybe jail time, you know? Kind of, makes him grow a brain, makes him realize the stupid mistakes he made. But probably not. Imagine if he actually goes to jail, right? Imagine that, right? He goes to jail. You think eventually gets released and just continues? Wouldn't that be funny? But yeah, no sympathy. What was the meme? Straight to jail? Straight to jail. They don't want to be labeled as racists, I guess. Possibly. I don't know. There's a solid chance. Maybe they don't want we want that. Let me drink something again. My mouth is dry. Next up, I had a recommendation by Zoom. So I have to watch this. Well, not I have to, but I want to, because it was a recommendation. Why Jack Doherty is the worst YouTuber. I think that's the dude that destroyed his McLaren. I think. I don't know. Let's get into it. By the Internet Anarchist.
Jack Doherty is one of the most hated YouTubers on the platform, and it's completely deserved. His endless attempts at gaining views and subscribers has led him to engage in borderline criminal activity, from disrupting local Walmarts by shutting off the power.
That means aisle 14, aisle 16.
Alright, do it.
Is bro like the American Johnny Somali? Okay.
To purposefully harassing random strangers on the street, only to hide behind his bodyguard.
Maybe you shouldn't have made it out of the McLaren. The bitch. It seems like a bitch.
What? Little bro, what you gonna do? What you gonna do, little bro? Yeah.
It might all be fun and games for now, but Jack is only one reckless stunt away from landing himself in a potentially life-threatening situation, and the worst part about it is that he isn't even aware of it. Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we'll be diving into one of the most hated YouTubers on the platform, who honestly completely deserves all the hate he gets, Jack Doherty. We'll be looking into how he became a
until the whole, like, car accident situation, I have never heard of this dude. This is complete news to me. Interesting.
millionaire at the age of 15, and the many controversies that led him to become so hated.
All had nothing good to say about their experience being around Jack Doherty for like the 6 hours we were there.
Like, just by doing things that go against the social norm isn't inherently funny. You just look like a socially incompetent idiot.
But I would argue that he hasn't matured a day since then.
There is no way Jack looks like the cool kid in any of this.
He might be one of the biggest losers I've ever seen.
While Jack's online persona didn't always run on outrage and controversy, there was always an element of lighthearted trolling and a keen eye for viral moments as seen with his first few uploads. After creating his YouTube channel on the 15th of July 2016, Jack focused mainly on prank call videos and marker flipping videos, one of which showcased his propensity to engage with strangers for content.
Marker flip. 500k views. To put it simply, the bitch. Backflip progression, 1 week, 200k views. What the fuck? How? Bottle flip, 360k views. How? What the heck is this? Oh god, it's Mudahar. Oh, there's gonna be something funny about Mudahar. Also in a random node, it's 47 degrees Fahrenheit in Florida, which is kind of cool for Florida. That equates to 8.3 degrees Celsius. That is okay. It's like snowing right now, funnily enough. We have like 1 degree Celsius.
And the other showcased his ability to spot viral trends. Jack's first video to surpass 1 million views came in November of the same year, and was titled Trick-or-Treating the Day After Halloween.
I'm gonna go to like 5 houses or so because I don't want to get in trouble or anything or make anyone look bad, you know?
Despite the video seeming a bit unusual, the audience seemed to enjoy Jack's unique spin on traditional prank content, and the views would reflect that, with the video going on to gain over 3.9 million views. A very remarkable achievement for a 13-year-old with no experience in video production. But
I mean, that's not too bad, actually. That's actually pretty neat. That's not something bad, I guess. I guess that is something I haven't seen before. Somebody doing trick-or-treat as a prank after Halloween.
this was only the beginning of a very successful career on YouTube. By late November, Jack reached a 1,000 subscriber milestone, and by the 17th of January 2017, Jack would create the most viewed video on his channel, titled I Flipped All of These, which racked up an astonishing 29 million views. This boosted Jack's subscriber count from 1,000 subscribers to over 10,000 in less than a week.
Really? Flips did it? I need to find something stupid as well. Okay, so approximately 33 degrees Fahrenheit for you. Yep.
Yeah, I've gained over 1,000 subscribers today, which is like freaking insane. Like it's like 1,200 or something already, and it's only 3 o'clock. So in 12 hours, I got like 1,000 subscribers. Because from 2:30 in the morning when I hit 10K to 2:30 right now when I'm about to hit 11K. That's pretty insane.
Just 1 month later, a young and inexperienced.
That's very impressive, and it's not even through like being a dick or anything. This is actually pretty innocent. What happened?
Jack would go from 10,000 to 100,000 subscribers. While Jack had attained success on YouTube that he only could have dreamed of when he started, he knew he had to keep his content fresh to maintain that success. So with that in mind, he began hopping on viral trends such as the fidget spinner trend and the trampoline trick video trend. Jack's instincts for spotting popular trends and diversifying his content allowed him to sustain his success. But it was the push for public stunts that truly gave him the edge he needed. Uploads like his flips for a kiss at the mall and fake falling in public, which gained 10 and 2.4 million views respectively, are key examples of Jack's willingness to
I don't know. Hi Kat, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Fame is a drug of a hell. Yeah, it seems like it's pretty successful in destroying people. Like that one, the one on the left isn't as bad. I don't think the one on the right is really a good idea because you're playing with people here. So I don't know.
Participate in more outgoing content. However, it was his video titled Trying Not to Get Kicked Out of Walmart, Spilled Paint that truly set the precedent for wild antics that Jack is now known for. The video starts with Jack and a few of his friends making their way to the Walmart. Upon arrival, Jack announces their intention to participate in some quote shenanigans, unquote.
Guys, so I'm here with Michael, Leslie. We're here at Walmart and everything. Yeah, so we're just gonna be like doing some like shenanigans in Walmart, guys.
What followed was Jack and his buddies fooling around with various products and going into places they shouldn't be entering.
I'm in here. Guys, I'm in the back of the fort.
Jack's Walmart tomfoolery netted him 3 million views, and since there were no consequences, it gave him the confidence to continue with this type of behavior into the future. Uploads like Flora's Lava Challenge at Walmart, kicked out, and singing Despacito on the Walmart intercom, kicked out, had over 10 million views each, and signaled to Jack that
Oh, yeah, so it begins. I think there would have been better ways. I think there would have been way better ways to do this. I don't know. There had to be a more a way to keep up the views. I don't know. This is weird.
more pranks or more challenges meant more views and subscribers, a dynamic that would feed into a cycle of increasing extreme acts for the sake of subscriber growth. Speaking of which, Jack would reach the 1 million subscriber milestone on the 2nd of January 2018.
Why is everyone doing this? Two more! Yeah! 1 million! Yes! Oh my gosh, look at that!
Within just 2 years of being on the platform, Jack had grown from nothing to over 1 million subscribers with several popular uploads. However, as he grew,
I mean, that is still, like, a crazy achievement, right? I don't think the morally grey, videos were necessary, though, I think.
Jack acquired a need to disregard public spaces and people for personal gain. He went from shyly going door to door asking for candy a day after Halloween to trashing Walmart with his friends. Whilst working on this video, I realized how badly people stink. And no, not in some metaphorical way, literally smell. But you know,
Is he sniffing on people? Lift up your arms, I want to sniff them. Oh man. Hey Aitsu!
doesn't always have to be that way. This video's sponsor Scentbird is actively solving this problem.
Sorry, bro. My bad. It hurts.
So, Jack came up with the brilliant idea to add his usual trolling antics into the mix and targeted the most popular Fortnite streamer at the time, Ninja. On the 7th of March 2018, Jack published a video titled Trolling Ninja on Twitch, $1,000 donation, in which he tried to get a reaction out of Ninja by repeatedly sending donations with annoying messages.
Oh, sorry, dude.
I donated $240 to him so far. It's $200 at a time. Since you won't call me dad, I'll call you my dad. Dad, you better play with me after this one. Hey, I donated you $100, Ninja. You better respond.
Dirty, dude. I don't know, like, if you live under a rock, man. It's okay. But I don't play with people that donate, man. If that's your intention, I apologize, man. But I'm not gonna play with you because you're donating money.
He's mean.
At this point, Ninja was fed up with the trolling and decided it would be best to refund the donations, which is exactly what Jack wanted.
Sorry, he's donating a shitload of.
So, okay. Jack started to donate to Ninja with weird, creepy messages. Ninja eventually was fed up, refunded the donations, and now Jack is gonna continue this all the time, or what is this gonna be? Can you block people eventually from donating? Oh no. We already have the floor is lava in my country. They're called typhoons. Oh my god. Oh no. Okay. I'd steal the cash, to be honest. True. I'd keep it.
Money. He's asking me to react and call me his daddy and shit for like a YouTube video. Now he's asking to play. He's like, oh, here's another 100. We better play. So I just blocked his email and now I'm refunding him because he's annoying. Yep.
That was my goal, just to annoy him.
Given how deliberately Jack goaded Ninja into responding negatively,
That worked? Okay, so you can block people that donate to silly messages, okay. That is crazy. That worked. Get the bag. True and real. That is very interesting. That worked.
You'd think you'd recognize that he was in the wrong, but that was far from the truth. Later that month on the 30th of March 2018, Jack revisited the situation, this time posting an exposed video on Ninja, claiming that he was in the wrong for refunding the donations, and requesting that the video be taken down.
He DM'd me on Twitter like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, something like that, I'm not too sure. He goes, hey man, I refunded all your donations when you did that video, and also never gave you permission to use my content or any of my vids. Sorry, I use your vids, not your VODs. You can't take down my video because I never use any of your VODs, bro. Just saying. Please remove the video in the next couple of days or I will report it. You're just annoying. You just want everybody's money. Dude, I'm 14 years old. Chill, lol. Mr. Beast made a vid donating to you and you were fine with it. Why can't I do it? The video has 1 million and it's helping the both of us. There's definitely people that subscribe to him from that video as well. I don't understand. Like, he just cares more about the money than the followers and the subscribers and anything else. Anything that has to do with money, he cares about more than the fans and all the important stuff, literally. Remove.
That is interesting. Huh. I guess the equivalent of Flo's lava for Florida would be hurricanes. Probably. His reaction is like every overly obsessed VTuber fans. Nah, fuck this guy. This is just like... I don't even think if you can actually, if that actually works this way, right? Because like fair use, money, yeah, real. Like, I don't even think that works this way. I don't think Ninja can do anything to take down the video legally, I think. Maybe?
It in the next 8 hours or strike. He's just really weird, like he's just like being sarcastic and stuff like that. I can just tell.
It was one thing for Jack to feel entitled to a reaction from the Fortnite streamer, but for him to assume the video was somehow helping Ninja was a completely different story. Naturally, Jack wasn't satisfied with the situation and tried to...
I don't think it really helps Ninja because Ninja would be painted here in a negative light, which obviously wouldn't really help him because it makes him seem like kind of like a dick, but not really, because technically Jack is the dick here. I don't know. I don't think that is very beneficial.
To pull the same stunt again, this time with Ninja's charity stream in August, but to no avail. The entire situation did two things to Jack. One, it rightfully gave Jack the label of a clout chaser trying to use the name of a bigger creator for views and recognition. Two, it taught him that getting rage-fueled reactions from people would lead to more views. Chasing ever-growing view counts and subscribers was the only thing.
Bro found the key to success. It's called rage baiting. I guess if it works, it works.
On Jack's mind, and he didn't care how he got it. In the following months, Jack got himself into all kinds of trouble for the sole purpose of just getting higher engagement. From falling around in every Walmart he set foot in.
You ready, guys? Ready to set up for the boy?
Yo, I need you to get out the store.
What?
I need you to get out the store.
Oh, sorry, I was just playing around.
Off the chain.
Alright,
You
can
need
we
to get out the
alright,
store.
can we stop and we'll just buy something?
You need to get out the
Okay,
store.
okay, wait, I'll get out of the store.
To allegedly getting involved in an FBI investigation.
How did bro get involved into an FBI investigation? So he has no talent. Pretty much. What? How? Can't you get charges for that? Can a supermarket not file any like reports so bro gets charged for it? Weird.
for Zoom booming school classes, which essentially means hacking and disrupting a Zoom meeting.
Him along with another juvenile was on there giving him information that video bombed the Madison classroom, and that's why Madison public schools had to shut down the use of Zoom.
For Madison?
Yes. I don't know if you got the update yesterday. They're no longer using Zoom.
I got the update, but I didn't know why.
Because of video bombing. And the video bombing was from his associate on YouTube.
He even got arrested for pretending to be intoxicated in front of police officers. While all these incidents are troubling in their own right, the one that stands out the most in Jack's long list of dangerous activities took place on the 22nd of November 2019, when he filmed himself taking his older brother's car for a joyride.
So I'm trying to figure.
I mean, they can, but who wants to bother doing all that of that? I would have done it. I would have done it. Like, I would have done it. Yo, Power, hi! I would have done it immediately. Imagine if I was the employer. Listen here, you little shit. Whips out the belt buckle. I'm your new daddy now. I don't know, it's like... Zoom bombing sucks, especially since you're, maybe even disrupting important meetings. You're taking people's important time. And it's like, I don't know, weird. Why would you do that?
Figure out how I can get my brother to get out of his room to know that I'm stealing his car. So I'm thinking either me or my dad or Jacob goes like bang in my brother's room and say, Jack's stealing your car, Jack's stealing your car, to get his attention or something. I'm just hoping something like that could happen so he runs out, and as soon as he runs out, I'm just gonna take off down the road. Oh my gosh, he's coming! Look out, look out, look out!
Jackie!
Hi Mike! Phil! Hi Mike!
Okay, Jack, that's enough, Jack!
Michael!
This eventually became the catalyst for Jack making
Didn't even think that there was a car coming from the left. Interesting.
appearance on the Dr. Phil show the following year, where he would be finally confronted about his reckless pranks. As you would expect, Jack wasn't open to the idea of changing his ways, and instead took every opportunity to disrespect both his father and Dr. Phil. Anyone watching the interview at the time could easily conclude that Jack was a clout-hungry brat who disregarded any figure of authority that he came across, and this only further fueled the negativity towards Jack's image, and subsequently bolstered his notoriety as more and more people began recognizing him. However, by early 2021, that quick rise in recognition didn't seem to translate into viewership, as his average video views went from 1 million views per video to only a few 100,000. It was also around this time that Jack leaned into his more spoiled rich kid persona by flexing how much money he was making, which may have put off the majority of his audience that preferred his trolling videos. Couple this with the fact that his channel was hacked in May of 2021, put Jack at an all-time low.
Okay guys, so I'm throwing this clip in after I try.
I have nothing against, like, these prank videos. If they're made well, and if they're made in a way where, first of all, nobody gets harmed, and you kind of have a redeeming factor at the end. For example, there's prank channels that do pranks, but they kind of redeem themselves at the end of like... They undo the damage that they have done. But he doesn't do that. This guy really has nothing better to do. Apparently not. He can only disrupt supermarkets. The father should be irresponsible. Yes, I agree. Yeah. Because he could put an end to it. Because I don't think he can run a YouTube channel until he's fully 18. Though I assume he probably now is. So he can't do much anything anyways anymore.
I post this video because I want to let you know why I haven't posted this video yet, because you're watching this video, you know my channel got hacked. But yeah, that's basically what this video is about. But I'm throwing this clip in here to say the reason I didn't upload this video earlier is because the hacker got a strike on my YouTube channel. I'll show you right now. Channel violations, active community guideline strike. It happened. I got the strike because of the live stream that the hacker put on my channel, as you can see right here. For some reason, YouTube rejected my appeal, even though I told them it was hacked, like the XRP thing, whatever. That's what hacked my channel. Yeah, I wasn't able to upload on my channel for a week because of that.
A stagnating subscriber count, no trends to latch onto, and a fresh strike on his channel put Jack in a very uncomfortable position. He was in desperate need of a new strategy to revive his online career. Fortunately for him, Jack managed to find a strategy that worked well in terms of financial success, but it sadly did irreparable damage to his reputation and put him in several life-threatening situations. By January 2022, Jack made two major alterations to his online career. One, he created his own OF account.
But nah, he also wants the cut, so why bother? Yeah, that's probably it. The father didn't care because it made good money. Who wants to see that? No, running a YouTube channel is at 13. But I think, can you make money before that though? Like before, like, I don't know. Because I think this still needs to be, somebody needs to watch over you, I think.
While managing various OF models. And two, he pivoted to producing more short-form content.
He's managing the horse. Okay. Got it.
At a first glance, this might not seem like much, but once you look a bit deeper, you'll start to see the bigger picture. Jack's move towards creating shorts and TikTok videos meant he didn't have to spend time going out to annoy people and instead focused on creating numerous bite-sized prank or skit videos.
Alright, Sam, if I'm in this bottle on the cap, you gotta give me a kiss on the lips, but if I miss, you get $100. Deal? Fine. Let's go. Get out of here! No! No! That was gonna win!
Most of the shorts featured several models that Jack managed, allowing
Jack the Horty! Oh my god, no. Who even wants to see it? See a bitch dick. Horse. No.
him to then funnel traffic to their respective pages and boost revenue. In addition, both TikTok and YouTube were heavily pushing short-form content, which only made it easier for Jack to reach more users. From March 2022 to December 2022, Jack's viewership on YouTube steadily grew to over 100 million views per month, and his TikTok account reached over 4 million followers. However, this new direction in Jack's career didn't mean he had to abandon his old ways of wreaking havoc on Walmart stores.
Yo, ready? Oh, right here. I'm open. Oh, fuck. Okay, ready? Oh, okay. Dude, L throw.
Bro, just continued. Bro, just continued. I don't know how people can even risk their careers like that. This makes no sense. Bro is technically living a dream, right? He can be like a full-time content creator, and he risks it like that. That's just so stupid. What the fuck, he has an OnlyFans, violently pukes. Projectile vomiting. How is he allowed to even manage OF models? We don't call them pop models around here. We call them what they really are, which is prostitutes. I don't even know what he's managing. Like, they're just undressing. They're just posting themselves naked on the internet. Like, what is he managing?
While 2022 proved to be a very fortunate year for his career, 2023 saw Jack making some horrible decisions for the sake of clout. In early 2023, Jack's multi-million-dollar home became the venue for various kick streamers and influencer parties. At first, it seemed like a good idea in terms of creating content from the ensuing drama, but things quickly...
Parties of famous people. Those, ever since Diddy, these things scare me. What happened there?
Became too hot for Jack to handle. On the 23rd of August 2023, Jack invited Neon, Fuzi, and the Island Boys over to his house in hopes of capturing viral moments from the inevitable...
The only one I know... Oh, okay, I've seen the Island Boys before, and Neon, that's it.
Confrontations between them.
Alright guys, so basically the Island Boys, Neon, and FouseyTube, they're all coming over. I bet hell's gonna break out and it's all gonna go terrible, but drop a like, subscribe if you're new, because this is gonna be a crazy video. I can't imagine what's gonna go down. All I know is Neon said he's gonna go off on the Island Boys. A bunch of security guards are gonna be here, and I don't know, shit's just gonna get crazy. Like,
Bro has a weird face. Bro has no muscle. Oh no. Put a shirt on. There's nothing to show. Of course, multi-million-dollar home. Who needs that? Who needs that? I mean, no, I wouldn't even. I would buy. First of all, I wouldn't even buy a home. I would probably invest in building one myself. Hey, I love me a Diddy party. Ew. Aitsu, you good again?
I think everyone knows that, so...
Once his first guest, Fuzi, arrived, so did the drama, as he would waste no time before antagonizing Jack for, quote, faking his pranks, unquote.
Fire, do you do real pranks or fake pranks? Be honest.
Yeah, it depends on the...
They're fake as shit, be honest. Own
depends on the
that
video,
shit.
you know, like...
Own it, your pranks are fake.
Real. Hey, I give away money to people.
They're not real.
They're fucking real.
Giving away money to people is real, but you tell them, hey, I'm gonna do this, and they give you money.
Nah, we'll live stream it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, but all your pranks are fake.
Nah.
Yeah, they are.
Well, it depends on the
Show me
video.
a prank right now.
Some of the videos are
real or
skits.
fake.
Some of the videos are skits.
That's the fakest shit ever. A skit?
Alright.
Yeah, guys. Hey, guys, it's a...
I would say we differentiate. The early pranks probably aren't. When he was a little boy. But the older he got, the more fake they got. And here I thought I was unhinged.
Skit. I know she sucked my dick on camera, but it's a skit. Your pranks are fake. I had enough balls to say it. You're 19. Own your shit.
I said some of them are, some of them aren't.
No, which ones are real? Show me a real prank right now. Not
Why
when
you
they
said
get
my
people
pranks?
money.
It's not that deep.
It is that deep because you're
Why?
trying to stand on something that's not true. You're trying to build your business.
No, I told you how it is.
You're trying to build your business on a lie. F your Lamborghini. F your McLaren. You're a liar.
Dude, yo, that was the craziest switch up I've ever seen in my life. Buddy went from like good shit to
I'm
fuck you.
Yeah, meet the legend.
Facts. All right, I like that. Whatever. Okay.
One by one, the other guests arrived.
Bro came here just to call this little shit out. That is crazy. Man. Insane.
And as their numbers rose, so did the tension between them.
Oh, Nia, you're a bitch, bro. To my face, you're a bitch. To my face, pussy.
I'm in his house telling him.
Yo, they're on the f***ing island side. He wants to kiss them.
You.
Calm down.
Yo, Hey, Buzzy. Hey, ask him what happened between you.
Why are you pushing me?
They're good. Keep going.
That looked so pathetic. What even is this? Like a girl fighting fighting her boyfriend. What even is this? What am I looking at? Aren't all of them underage? No, they're all adults apparently. Like the Jack is 19 here, so I assume they're all adults. What the heck?
Alright, take a check.
Not long after, things reached their breaking point, and Jack got a surprise he wasn't ready for.
No, we can't box. There's a hole.
Bro got slapped. Bro got slapped. Oh, they made it really nice. Slapping sound.
I slapped the dog shit out of you. I slapped the dog shit out of you.
You punched like a bitch.
That was freaky.
Events that transpired that night were unexpected, but they ended up working in Jack's favor, as the video featuring Fuzi racked up an astonishing 3.9 million views. This opened Jack's eyes to just how much he had to gain from kick streamers, and with that in mind, he decided to join the platform himself to reap the benefits. There was a growing market of people who were very interested in watching heated situations like this unfold, and Jack was willing to give the people what they wanted. A few days later, Jack went live on Kick to recreate what happened with Fuzi and achieved a similar result.
Hey! Oh my god. Hey, then leave. Oh, you try. Whoa. You're next though once I drop your bitch ass. Zerka won't leave my house. Come on, you're watching. McKinley's literally in my room in the shower, and Zerka.
Zerka is so cringe. It's crazy. This guy as well, though. Can I just say the word FU is really not harsh anymore? Not really, nope. Not really. We also have, in Germany, we have words that, like, son of a bitch is literally, it means nothing. For example, here in Germany, if you use the German version, it is literally useless, for example. Also, hi, Alexia, how are you doing?
Just snuck in my room somehow. I don't know how he got in the passcode lock. Look at this guy. Look at this dog shit motherfucker. He's Fousey. He ripped my sign down, guys. Look.
Things would have been fine if you restricted these insane confrontations to the realms of his own home, but Jack wanted to know just how far he could push the envelope. By the end of September 2023,
That kind of looked fake as fuck. Like, if somebody like Zerka genuinely grabbed me for what was literally a stick, I would have not screamed like that.
Jack tried his hand at IRL streaming on Kick with a personal bodyguard. The streams would range from harassing more cops to intentionally pushing random people on the street.
What? Little prop, what you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Jack even got his security involved in a confrontation that ended with a random partygoer getting knocked out.
Yo, just stop. Tell him stop. Tell him stop. Tell him stop. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, yo, stop.
Everywhere Jack went, trouble and controversy were sure to follow. However, when things did get too heated, Jack would quickly cower behind his bodyguard. But sometimes that wasn't enough.
I didn't say any curse words. What'd I say?
Just watch your language.
What'd I say?
You got a stupid shirt on over there.
Yeah. Your kids can't read, though. Your kids can't read, can they? I'm sure your kids watch.
Get away from me.
You started talking to me, buddy.
Get away from me.
You get away from me. Watch your kids. Go walk away.
Get something to say, you motherfucker.
McKinley, back up.
What the fuck's your problem?
Jack was pushing his
What the fuck happened? So the big guy came along and it just went at it? Yeah. Every time someone says F you to me, my usual response is, okay, let's do it. F me yourself, I usually use. Not the kid too. Apparently, he doesn't even stop before fathers.
Luck too far, and if he wasn't careful, he wouldn't be the only one that would get hurt. On the 11th of November, Jack would put his girlfriend in hospital after crashing a golf cart.
Wow. Yo, just wanted to try if I should crack.
Antagonizing
Oh fuck, yeah! Oh fuck! What the heck? Fucking idiot.
people, engaging in dangerous stunts, and generally being offensive towards others gave Jack two things he craved most in the world: attention and money. It didn't matter if his childish antics resulted in the entire internet hating him, as long as it drove clicks and views to his channel. Fundamentally, Jack hasn't changed much compared to when he started YouTube. He's still simply jumping from one viral trend to another, acting immaturely, and trying to provoke innocent people for clout. Just like with Ninja back in 2018, Jack is doing everything and anything in his power to annoy the people around him for the sake of making content. The only difference is that the stakes back then were much lower. Back then he was a kid throwing things around Walmart for attention. Now he's pushing grown adults on the street and messing with police officers. Considering how frequently Jack streams like this, it would only take one random person with an unusually high tendency towards violence to push Jack into a life or death situation. Somewhere down the line, Jack has to ask himself whether money and clout are worth risking his safety for. If you're interested in how people...
Yes, it is. Apparently to him. His GF gets hurt. Oh no! Anyways. True. Like, he started out as like this innocent boy. And then eventually, like, gradually, like, lost that innocence. And now we are where we are right now. Crashing, McLarens and shit. A man will replace me for today. I'm summoned by the deer. Hello, Shy. Hi there, how you doing? My friend... Shy will take my place. We found the deer replacement. Is he also as freaky as you are occasionally? I'm just asking. Okay. I got another one. Another ref video.
Hey, what's up, guys? Ref here.
About the whole Mudahar thing. I've been waiting for that one. I've been waiting for that one to watch that one. No, he is calm. That's pretty neat. Mudahar is hypocritical. Noxtaku call-out backfires horribly by ref, says Desu. Yep, that's what fame that's what fame does to people, I guess. Dude, I'm getting a stroke. You'll see. Oh no. I'm having a stroke out here when I read that. But yeah, let's get into it. I'm scared. Okay, time for me to despawn. Take care, dear.
Hey, what's up, guys? Ref here. So it appears that the Sonichu medallion has claimed another soul. Only a few months after putting on this...
Can somebody... I've seen it now everywhere, right? That Sonichu, medallion, right? Like, me as a meme. I still don't get it. I don't understand what is meant by this. Please explain, somebody. Mudahar used to be cool. Used.
Cursed trinket, Mudahar finds himself in some pretty serious controversy involving this now privated video he uploaded yesterday.
Why do you call it that? Post-Nox clarity. What even?
Titled Post-Nux Clarity, which, regardless of your thoughts about the content of this video, you have to admit the title is a banger. Now, what was this video about? Well, it was 40 minutes of Mudahar disavowing Noxtaku in every shape and form, saying that they are no longer friends and they no longer have a business relationship, and any bridge between the two has been completely burned down. Now, this tweet right here really kind of sums up the relevant context you need to know before we get into the video. Of course, there are some re-uploads that we're going to look at today. So this says, Nux goes extreme anti-lolly to cater to people like Mudahar.
Yeah, I've seen the old thumbnails of Nux, right? The older ones where, he was very, into, like, lollies and stuff, right? Which, I don't care. I'll be real, I don't freaking care. It's fictional content. Yeah, very simple. I don't fucking care. And then, like, he went completely the other way around. It's similar to what Nienes did, where Nienes fully grifted, like, like, fully went into, like, the lolly stuff. Thank you for the sub! I appreciate it! And then, like, completely, like, when they complete 180 and decided, yeah, I'm anti-lolly now. Interesting.
Rev exposes Nux for being a hypocrite. Nux says he's so big he could deplatform Rev. Mudahar makes a video damning and cutting ties with Nux because he considers him a lolicon. Yeah, so that's pretty much how everything went. So about 2 years ago, Nux makes a bunch of tweets and some offhand remarks in videos disparaging people over the topic of lolly. Now, this is, of course, something...
The heck was that? That is... I still haven't replaced the sound it makes when somebody subs. That's actually the sound of a Pokemon from Halloween and stuff, and changed that. Yeah, look at the old thumbnails. Yeah. You cannot tell me. You cannot tell me that bro secretly might be a lolicon and he's just in denial. Which, again, I don't care. I just find the hypocrisy funny.
Something that was very hypocritical. I made a video calling all of that out, saying, hey, you have dozens of videos with cropped lolicon in your thumbnail. You've also shown this sort of content to other content creators and reacted to it yourself. And he would make this response video to what I said. And you can see the like-dislike ratio. It is easily the hardest dislike ratio you'll probably find on any video he has uploaded in his entire YouTube career because it was just awful. I felt no need to make a video response to this because he essentially cooked himself. Okay, he went after me, hypocritically slandering me over things, also failing to address pretty much any point I made, focusing only on throwing insults at me. Also, he made up some wild claims that my wife was digging for dirt, asking his friends for dirt on him, which is really crazy. On top of that, he also said he could have deplatformed me if he uploaded this on his main Nux Taku channel. Obviously, that didn't go over very well, and that's kind of the Nux side of this whole lolly controversy. And now we have the side with Mudahar here. And about 2 years ago, Mudahar made several tweets about the topic, saying that if you watch that stuff, you need to be on a watch list, that it can harm real people.
Yet every time, not every time, but oftentimes, when I saw people going after either lolly VTubers, lolly, other lolicons, every single time it's the people going after them that have CP. It is so weird. It is so weird. What? You say this is CP, but then you post stuff to those same people that is CP. It makes no sense. Remember the whole Chibi incident where people doxed him over like talking about Naruto, like Boruto, and like sent him CP? That kind of stuff. This is how is my wallet like an onion? Every time I open it, I cry. Like me, real. Just like me. Every time I look into this, I have tears. An empty wallet.
In that it's illegal content and all this stuff. And of course, his disgust on the topic is totally valid. That's something very understandable and that he's allowed to have, but that doesn't justify spreading misinformation and fear-mongering over the topic and also being a hypocrite about it as well, as we'll see in this video. And
yeah, like, me personally, I don't watch it. I don't care. I find it a little weird, but it's okay to find it weird. That's about it. But if you're going to report people to the FBI or some weird shit, then I have a problem. Because you could have used those resources to go after actual predators.
And on top of that, a lot of people point out the fact that he has openly admitted to regularly consuming cartel execution videos. So at the very least, regardless of your thoughts on the fictional content, you can say, I don't really know if I want to be virtue signaled about fictional content by a guy who watches people get tortured and brutally executed on camera, right? So that's kind of where we were at, and I held out a lot of copium. I made the mistake of having some copium on the situation because I've enjoyed Mudahar's content for many years, and I know he's had good takes on other things, so I thought maybe one day he would have a more nuanced take on this whole subject and maybe just even ignore it from now on. But then we had this video.
Yeah, if you don't like something, ignore it. I don't know how that can be that difficult. This not just goes for the lolly stuff, right? This goes for everything. If you don't like something, ignore it. I had an argument with two aunties online earlier, and both of them hit their replies. Yeah, that's usually the case. I find it more funny if you have VTubers that are aunties. That don't know that VTubing is literally built on lollies. You can't get rid of them. No matter how hard you try. Hey, did you remember to add a positive review on DAM Champion? I haven't. Thank you for reminding me of that. I should do that. I will do that. I have to do that. I should do that. I'm gonna write a lengthy review though, a proper review. That joke about the wallet can go one of two ways. It can be tears of joy because you have a lot of money, or tears of agony because you're broke. then in my case, it would be tears of agony.
And basically, to achieve what we're doing today, we're going to have to talk about some hentai, which seems fitting because if there was tags applied to this situation, it would be mind break because this topic...
VTubing started with lolly. Pretty much, depending on what definition you take, Kizuna AI is pretty much a lolly. She is. It pretty much very much almost started with that.
Has mind-broken Mutahar to the point where he's saying some pretty unhinged crazy stuff, including making a whole 40-minute video about this topic where he is, of course, disavowing Nux Taku over this subject. So, as I said, the video is now private, but there are re-uploads all over the place. And we're going to start with this clip right here where he's basically giving kind of the general intro to what we're going to talk about today.
But to go back to it, Nux Taku is a former collaborator, a former friend of mine. And I mean really a former friend of mine because some of the stuff that I've seen over here is disgusting enough that I really can't continue a friendship. And I really can't, like, again, excuse some of my behavior watching some of this content as well.
So he makes it very clear from the intro that he is largely disavowing Nux Taku thanks to the fictional content he has consumed and the fictional content he has shared with other content creators, including Mutahar himself. And this is supposed to be another angle of the video where Mutahar is taking accountability for his role in consuming some of this content he believes is illegal. So this is where there's a...
Didn't bro say that he watches cartel head-losing videos online, if I remember correctly? Isn't that weird as well? Bro is just as weird, just different ways. I think I remember one content creator who used to be an auntie, then later she got into VTubing and apologized to the VTuber community. Huh. I don't remember anything like that, but I don't really interact that much with the community. Community in quotes, because it's not really community. It's a medium, more like. I mean, the face of VTubing, let's be honest here, is pretty much Garagura. I think I don't need to say much. Muda is taking taking accountability.
A bit of a longer clip. This goes on for about a minute, but I think it's really important to listen to because he sets up some wild standards that end up basically being self-sabotage.
And again, when I was working with Nux, a lot of the things we did talk about was being anti-lowly in that situation. And Nux very much made it clear to me that he was anti this stuff as well too, and he still maintains it to this day. But the kind of stuff that he showed us was anime ni summer. Now, inside the video, inside Nux's presentation, it kind of came off as like just a cursed little hentai. And the reality of it is I never really watched his collaboration, but if you take the name that ni summer has had and put it into my anime list, which I realistically should have done at the time, you can see the synopsis is Yuta Yamayuchi is a average high school student, right? So right there, I'm not going to play the whole semantics, oh, is this really lolly game? Like, I don't even care if somebody is like 18 or on the cusp of like turning 19. At the end of the day, high school can very much involve a minor. And when you...
Yeah, I agree. That is true. High school can involve a minor. Yeah, Shadow Eclipse! Did you just... Yeah, that's a membership. Thank you, watch out. I don't think there's anybody behind me. Really, just thank you so much. That is crazy. Oh yeah, they were reviewing this. Yeah. Even have Oompa in it. That is funny. That is so funny. My voice is almost gone, dude. What happened?
You scroll down and go to the...
So that's really all we got to hear in terms of this point, but he makes several standards here, right? So he's talking about this video that Nux had him.
Okay. I accidentally cut the clip here too soon where he goes on to say age plus high school means lolly content. No. No. No. It isn't. Isn't that a body type? Isn't it a body type? The message on the screen looks like it's saying reach out for me. True. True. It's just like this is not lolly content. What the fuck? Bro's completely at this point, bro might be completely misguided.
React to, and he thinks that it contains lolicon by his own definition, and that makes it bad, and he sets up the standard about high school students and high school settings and things like that. So, number one, I do believe that you should care about the definition of a term you're using to chastise others.
Yeah, lolly's a body type, yeah. Like, even the chick from Cyberpunk, I saw a recent clip of Tectone saying that the chick from Cyberpunk isn't a lolly, while the studio that made the anime said that she is a lolly. So you're like the My Hero Academia fans saying that Bakugo and Deku are a couple. Who are disregarding the current source material. That's what you're saying. You're acting on the behalf of the creator.
Okay, he makes it clear that he's kind of just making up his own definition of lolly as he goes, but still feels strong enough to use that self-created definition to cancel other people. That seems a bit irresponsible to me, and if you want a correct definition, I don't care what some Twitter spurg says and their misinformation surrounding the topic, because there is so much misinformation surrounding this topic. Lolly is a very simple definition. It is a petite body type in anime and manga. That's it. It comes along with cute aesthetics. It has nothing to do with age. Twitter has filled people's minds with a lot of misinformation on the topic, and if you want proof of that, here's like the easiest example, right? Rebecca from Cyberpunk. She's in her...
Yeah, that's the character that I mentioned. That's the character. Rebecca from Cyberpunk Edge Runners. I've never watched Cyberpunk Edge Runners. Should I watch it? Is it good? That one chick from Dragon Maid as well. Yeah, true.
20s, she is unequivocally a lolly. No one can question that. That is literally what she is. Even Studio Trigger, one of the most legendary anime studios out there, categorizes her as that term. This is not a debate. Unfortunately, like I said, Twitter has spread so much misinformation that this very simple term has been manipulated into something used to weaponize outrage about fictional content, to cancel people, and what have you. But anyways, we also see Mutahar set up this definition about these high school students. Even when these characters are 18 or on the cusp of being 19, it doesn't matter. It's still falling under this lolicon definition of his because of the school uniforms and the school setting, which is not just pretty a reach, to say the least, but also it's incredible self-sabotage. I mean, one of the worst cases...
Okay. Does that mean that if somebody watches an adult film on the hub that involves somebody in a high school outfit, like, I don't know, a cheerleader or something, that would fall under that category or not? Because then a lot of people are guilty.
of self-sabotage I have seen in quite some time, because in this video that Nux showed, of course, there was those high school students, and his outrage over that would be fine if it wasn't for the fact that his self-described favorite hentai is Dropout. And if you can't see it from the image...
I do not want to know what that is. I'd rather stay innocent. I never got into the whole corn thing, and I don't want to be part of it. That one Western staff. We need to remove Rebecca, the producer. No.
Image from that content, she is wearing a high school uniform because the entire premise of this hentai is high school students in a high school setting. And I could scroll to the right because there's tags included in this image, and I will just have to censor my whole screen. Here's some of the tags, right? There's a high school girl uniform, high school boy uniform. There's R wording in this. There's chloroform. There's snuff. There's other tags like vomit and scat. Like, to the normie side.
What the fuck? What the heck? Okay, bro. Okay. I don't want to know. This was really something I do not know, and I don't want to know. I know already too much.
Side of the internet, which is probably the type of people who are, you know, in Mudahar's circle, that's a pretty hardcore set of content right there. Okay? And it contains the exact thing that he is canceling Nux for by his own definition. And if you don't trust me, I mean, you can listen to him talking about this only a few years ago.
It was Dropout. That was the name. Dropout. Don't. So basically, the premise is it's like if you're not smart, like if you're not a smart chick, they turn you into like like a public urinal where like you just get fucked.
You get the point, okay? He's.
Yeah, I'm happy I stood away from that. That's weird. You do you, bro, but to me that's weird.
Describing the plot, it is something that by his own definition is something worthy of losing a friendship over, a business relationship over. So I think that level of hypocrisy and self-sabotage in that 1 minute section of the video is already enough to really scale back any sort of point he was trying to make. But let's move on to the next section. I stated earlier in the video that a lot of people point out the fact that he consumes these cartel execution videos. And right here,
So I was correct. Bro is quite literally watching cartel executions. That is so weird. Bro is just as weird. Bro is actually even weirder because he doesn't even... That's not even like... fictional content. Now you know who Jack is. Now I do. Absolute dirtbag.
He addresses that point directly.
Now, obviously, I want to address some other like power round criticism before we end this off. Lol, fuck Muda. Dude's been a hypocrite forever as well. Dude virtue signals over cartoons, but loves watching beheading videos. So I want to also address this statement as well. Now, on the podcast, I talked about a morbid curiosity that I have with like beheading videos, like cartel stuff on the internet. And I feel like I have to explain this a little bit more. My morbid curiosity comes from the fact that for a long time, for years at this point, I've been looking into the Mexican drug war. And if you ever...
Okay, so he'll go on to clarify that a little bit more, but I think it's just an unbelievable level of...
Western Conan also has these kinds of stuff as well. Yeah, true. But I also stay away from that stuff. I haven't watched any adult videos in years. So I can't tell. I have a huge duck. Congrats, you have a huge duck. Why would you watch beheading videos? You have to be sick in the mind.
Copium, where he's trying to say his morbid curiosity towards this subject is one from an investigation sort of view, right? He's trying to investigate this topic, which is odd because it's like you're not law enforcement. It doesn't give you the right to consume any illicit content you want. And on top of that, like, that sort of justification could be used for a lot of different illicit content people want to consume online. And again, at the end of the day, we're thinking too hard about this, right? I just don't think people want to be virtue signaled at about fictional content from a guy who can stomach and go through videos of real life people being brutalized.
I don't know what to say. This is even weirder. Because, like, how do you watch that and not be absolutely traumatized from watching that? You should meet the suit. I don't think that would be possible. So you survived NNN. Impressive. Is it really impressive to not watch Corrin? I don't know anymore. I'm disconnected from society.
In horrific ways. Okay, I think it's really not that complicated. But the next clip we're going to watch involves some of the blind spots he had towards Nux and possibly other people, but let's listen to what he had to say.
So again, I don't really watch a lot of content creators that I collaborate with, and nobody really does, okay? Like, at the end of the day, when it came to Nux's channel, here I'm signed on with my actual YouTube account, and if it's one thing that you'll see, usually under videos, there'll be like a red bar. I don't have a red bar under basically any of these videos. I think the only video I have an actual red bar in this is probably... I showed YouTubers the most cultured clips, which I actually browsed through just for the sake of, again, this video.
Okay, so he says some things that are right generally, but they're not correct specifically when referring to Nuxtaku.
Also, it's like you should watch, at least somewhat be familiar with the people you collab with. Cause what if you invite a person that is not so nice, that is not a good person? Why would you give a person like that more, a bigger platform? I bet he's giggling like a little girl watching cartel videos. Oh my god. That sounds freaky as hell.
So, yes, I agree with him when he says that a lot of content creators don't watch the content of people they associate with online, whether it's like someone they follow or maybe even friends with. They're not going to consume every single video they upload. And I think that's true. Like, I'm mutuals on social media with a lot of people who are content creators. I might have seen like 1 or 2 videos or a small snippet of what they do. I am not sitting there watching every single video they upload. That's just the reality. There's not infinite hours in the day to do stuff like that. So yeah, some things could slip through the cracks here and there. But Nuxtaku to Mutahar is not just some Twitter mutual or random guy they kind of barely know, right? This is someone who he was friends with. This is someone who he collabed with. It wasn't just one video that he was reacting to that hentai with. There was many videos. I can count at least a handful of collab videos they did on Nuxtaku's main channel, and also they...
Well, like I said, I do think that if you collab with somebody, you should certainly know what their content is. That's just me, though. Now let's do don't... Nah. I mean, hey, guess who was locked out of the house? I guess it was you. I've did that before, and I broke into our own house, so you're not alone. Hi, Raven.
Ran a podcast together. So you didn't even look at this guy's channel. It's not like you had to watch the videos. Just scroll through the thumbnails and you would see stuff left and right that would probably upset someone with the sort of disgust they have for certain fictional content. On top of that, I do find it kind of hard to believe that he hasn't been exposed to some of these controversies, especially someone who was friends with Nuxtaku, whether it's some of the thumbnail drama and all that stuff and the hypocrisy on the subject of Lolly, but also some of his bigger controversies like the Taiga controversy, for example, which would be covered in this video. He would actually mention what happened with Taiga as a way to show that Nux isn't a very good person, and there's really a lot to say here. If you don't know the Bungo Taiga situation, I'll put a link to one of my videos in the description if you want to check out that whole thing. But he is now bringing this up in this video, acting like this is the first he's ever heard of the Nux and Taiga controversy.
To go over a bit of their controversy.
Yeah, the Taiga thing where Nux absolutely and utterly fucked up. Pretty much he called somebody a child diddler, had no proof for it, didn't look into it, later realized his mistake, only made a pinned comment, pinned that comment, edited that pinned comment, which unpinned the comment, which means pretty much the apology was nothing. Then he eventually said that we would cover it with Moist Critical again, which he didn't. He then made a more or less a proper apology, more or less. But yeah, that was a lot of there was a lot of fuckery here. I'm automatic door lock, and if you close the door without having keys, you're fucked. Luckily, someone helped me. Are you okay? Hopefully. Just sneak in Tom Cruise style. We have in the garage, we have another door. Usually nobody goes through that door. Nobody got through that door. So I pretty much just broke the door. We pretty much just like nuked the door and got in. Wait, Taiga, like the YouTube channel? I don't think Taiga has a YouTube channel currently. I think Taiga's channel got deleted by YouTube. Also it's a Tiaga. I have an idea how long I was outside. The last time I talked to D-League, that's when. Okay, let me check. That was at 2:28 p.m. Holy heck. Wow. One time I accidentally locked the car with the car key inside when I was a kid. But it finally opened with the hanger wire. Okay.
In summer 2022, Taiga was accused of grooming. They made a tweet longer where they reviewed the allegations and called them false. Later, an updated Google Doc was created that had evidence that not only were these allegations fake, they were deliberately created by ex-moderators and spread by a stalker of Taiga. So again, this is the Google Doc in question. Now again, I have no idea about this controversy whatsoever. I'm only bringing this up because it was actually a big point of contention for someone like Nux.
So he goes on to talk about the situation a bit, and if you don't know, very briefly, Nux called Taiga a predator based on allegations he had heard at the time. Those allegations were debunked by an independent investigator later on, and Nux made a pinned comment basically saying he would possibly readdress this whole situation if he was found innocent, which Taiga was, but he never really addressed it fully for many, many years, and
again, this whole Taiga situation was just three degenerates having it falling out. That's it, in my opinion. Still, I just wanted to get some milk. Do you have a hidden child secretly, and that was your sign to leave? Bye. Take care, Zoom. Bye bye.
Over the course of basically 2 full years, this was an ongoing controversy that caused a lot of damage to the reputation of Taiga unfairly, and Nux still to this day really hasn't fully acknowledged. He's tried to apologize over the summer when this flared up again, but he really didn't do a very good job of it, at least to most people. But this is something that, like I said, been going on for 2 years consistently. A lot of people look at the Shoujo drama and that controversy with Nux, and they think that's the biggest thing he's faced. Maybe in some ways, I think it was the most explosive controversy he was a part of, but the Taiga situation might be the biggest because it's taken place for 2 years and it regularly flares up like it did over the summer. So I have a hard time believing Mutahar has never heard about this until now, especially since the first attempt at an apology by Nux, the first time he addressed it, was about a year after he initially called Taiga a predator in a collab video with Moist Critical. He did that on the Some Ordinary podcast.
Yeah, and it was somehow 2 hours in, and like nobody has seen that. Nobody has seen that apology.
Referred to making mistakes with that situation. He was very vague. But again, how do you not know this ever happened? I mean, it's either just putting on blinders, like he said, he's been putting on blinders to people he's friends with, or the worst possibility is that he's only bringing this up now to disparage Nux, which shows he doesn't really care about the situation, if that's the truth. If he really did know about this beforehand, but if he didn't, at the very least, he's been having very active blinders to some of the controversies that Nux has been a part of. And this whole question of bringing up things during this video, there was a question of why do this at all, right? Like, why even bring up any of this stuff to begin with? And I think it becomes pretty obvious that there's been a big flare-up of people calling out Mutahar and his connection to Nux.
Probably. Also, bringing up the Taiga situation maybe is to deflect of the other stuff that the nonsense that Mutahar is talking about. Could just be me though. I don't even want to know how I feel right now. Horrifying. Aw, I'm sending hugs if I'm allowed. It's probably cold outside. It was probably really cold outside, so I'm sending virtual blankets as well.
In some of the collabs he did with him, thanks to a Reddit post that was blowing up. He made the cardinal mistake of caring what Reddit thinks.
But one of the clips that I saw, one of the things shared, was resurfaced video of Oompaville, some ordinary gamer.
Why do you care about what Reddit says? But hey, at least you didn't watch my recommendations right now. Yeah, funny enough, I don't even have them pulled up, so you probably need to tell me again.
And Nuxtaku watching Loli together on a Discord call. So when I see this kind of stuff, it blows me, and obviously it flashbangs anybody, and I want to definitely have a talk about it and really explain to you exactly what this is, what it's about, give you my side of the perspective, and again, take accountability where accountability needs to be fucking taken.
So, yes, you can see this was the intro of the video, but he makes it clear that this post is what drove him into this, and I do probably believe
Muda pulled a if I'm dying, you're dying with me move. Kamikaze. If I die, you're dying with me. Nukes each other, nukes both of them. No, the cult was luckily not my issue. If I was fully outside, I would die. Just sit down for a few minutes, chill out a little. And yeah. That is, I know that can be very shocking, especially if you don't know how to get back inside again. You know, I used the pragmatic way. I broke the door to get inside again with full violence, and my dad had to repair. These why are YouTubers that I used to watch years ago being accused of being horrible people, and or are actually convicted of being horrible people? I don't know. That's a good question. I haven't done anything, at least, that's like a crime, at least not yet.
Believe that is the truth. I think this is what made him or motivated him to make this video. I think it's pretty clear it got under his skin, and a lot of other content creators have been coming for him, even calling Mutahar a predator and all these things for the content he was exposed to while reacting to those videos with Nuxtaku. And it really begs the question of who was this video for? Was this video for entertainment and the entertainment of his audience? Or was this to quell concerns among his colleagues and really like commentary channels, generally speaking? And I think it's the latter. And I think if he had a more level-headed reaction to this whole situation, clearly this was a very emotionally charged video. I think if he went with a clearer head, he wouldn't have made this video. When you get to a point where you're making a video not for entertainment,
I think the best situation, the best thing that Mutahar could have done here is, if it's really that bothering, completely cut ties, not make a video, just cut ties with Nux, right? As any intelligent person would do it in private, cut ties with Nux, say that, don't want to work together anymore, and that's it. That could have really just solved the problem here. Not make a video, just cut ties, done, finished, don't do anything. Mira should also play ukulele. Okay. Yeah, true. Oh no. Should have done that.
or the informing your audience of a situation or anything like that, when it becomes like an airing out of personal grievances against people or things like that, that tends to have a bad reaction. And the reaction from the people to Mutahar when his video was still up was very largely negative. The majority of comments were negative. There was a heavy dislike ratio. I think it was very clear that people were just not really impressed by a 40-minute video attacking someone over fictional content, attacking to the point where you end a friendship and a business relationship over it. But there's also this is the post that I'm referring to, by the way. I'm a little scattered here with all these tabs open, but this was the post on Reddit if you're curious. But this is the conclusion of the video, so let's listen to his final thoughts and kind of how he wraps up everything in this video.
At the end of the day, I make fuck-ups. Human beings, we all make fuck-ups. I think choosing how you acknowledge those fuck-ups, that goes a long way. And how I choose to acknowledge this fuck-up is basically, again, by completely being 100% transparent, honest with you, shedding light on things like the podcast shutting down. And ultimately, I want to move past this, leave this behind, and really just sort of end this on a note where at least I get my side of the story out. For the last...
So, obviously, he harps on taking accountability a lot during this video, and then the video goes private. So kind of like, what was the point of all of this? I'm not quite sure, but he would make a community post on YouTube saying this.
Maybe an emotional upload, and then realizing that it was a mistake back, then, because like, you uploaded, you want to take accountability, in quotes, but then you take it down again. So, like, I'm kind of questioning what your intention was, because it can't be acknowledging stuff. Acknowledge, right? Yeah, true. It's like, I don't know. This video is was kind of pointless in this case.
Regarding the last video about Nux, while I can't be a friend after some of the things that have resurfaced, I do feel I did do an overreaction that stemmed from being emotional on the reaction from the community on Reddit. Again, paying attention to anything Reddit says is a huge mistake. But he continues on saying, I've been watching my content for the past few weeks and realized my channel has slipped into a slop channel. I've made more drama-related content over the last several months than I have fun, engaging, and informative content. That includes producing videos that don't release daily. I need to take more time and release content a couple times a week that stands in quality and not quantity. I don't do this for a job, so honestly, going out of my way to constantly chase trends has done nothing beneficial for me other than alienating my most hardcore fans. I need to take a few days off and...
Is it really that you turned it to a slop channel? Or is it that you covered drama because it gives more views? Because that's usually what it is. Drama just gives more views. That's the harsh truth. I don't know. It seems dishonest.
And reset and produce better content that isn't the latest trends or internet drama. While that produces a good view count, it's not the kind of content I want to be known for. I'll be back with content that I'm proud of in regards to past collaborations. All I can do is apologize and promise to do better. So that's kind of the end of the situation, and probably the best thing for him to do, which is touch grass. Take a break from this stuff. What happened with Nux and this whole topic has clearly really gotten into his head, and it led to 40 minutes of really just some disappointing content. And like I said earlier in the video, I've been a fan of his content for years, and I would like to see a return, but for a lot of people, after seeing kind of this whole thing go down, they might not be giving a second chance, but that's up to every individual person, and yeah, feel free to react the way you want to that situation. But for now, that's going to do it for this Mutahar x Nuxtaku set of drama here. As always,
I would say that my opinion is very simple. This could have been done in private. This has no place. I don't think, like, you could have just really just said, okay, I don't feel okay working with you, and I would have just cut ties with Nux. That's it. Not make a huge drama out of it, not make a video. Very simple. It's not that difficult. He needs to go back to talking about emulators. Real. Yeah, that was interesting. Raven! Where are your recommendations? Is she still here even? I don't know. Man. Man. Gonna drink something. I need a lot of water. Okay, neat. Just witnessed my dog lick the floor. What the fuck? I don't think that's anything special. Dogs usually do that. I'm gonna take a quick break, and then I'll be right back. I gotta take a bathroom break. Be right back, guys. I have returned. Okay, perfect. Seems like Raven is not back with her recommendations. Well, then I have a video still. I haven't reacted to a visual venture video in a while, so I think it's time again. Because I like these videos a lot. They're really fun, in my opinion. So yeah, let me real quick do something. Yep, this works well. Neat. Nice. Yeah, YouTube's most hated videos of all time by Visual Venture. It's gonna be very interesting.
I've made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment.
We're instantly starting with Logan Paul. Okay, bro. I see how it is.
And I don't expect to be forgiven. I'm simply here to apologize.
Karma, my children, see what wit and astonishing.
God, I hate this chick. I hate this chick so much. She's so loud. She's just a walking screamer. I don't like JoJo Siwa. I find her weird.
3.1 million dislikes.
Yeah, it's rewind time. On YouTube, videos go viral when they have more views and more likes. But sometimes a video goes viral for a different reason: pure hatred. These are YouTube's most hated videos, ranked from the least to the most dislikes. I'm Visual Venture, and I hope you guys have a wonderful day ahead. The React announcement. First up, we've got a video that was meant to be a quick announcement. However, people hated it so much that it caused a firestorm on YouTube.
We are excited to announce.
Didn't these motherfuckers, could I be wrong, but didn't these dudes try to copyright the word react? Maybe I'm wrong, but I think so.
React World, which is a first-of-its-kind program that allows people and companies to license all our popular shows online so that anyone, even you watching right now, can create your own versions in a fully legal way and be part of a new and exciting global community.
This announcement was made by two brothers, Benny and Rafi Fine, but everyone called them the Fine Brothers. They ran a YouTube channel called React that had millions of subscribers. Since joining YouTube in 2007, the Fine Bros have uploaded different reaction series like Kids React, Teens React, and YouTubers React. These shows gave the React channel billions of views, making it one of the biggest channels on YouTube. The channel's success is a big reason why reaction videos are so popular on YouTube today. However, in their attempt to protect their content and grow their React brand, the Fine Bros made a huge mistake. On January 26th, 2016, the Fine Bros released a video announcing their new program, React World. The idea was that their fans who wanted to create reaction videos could apply for permission from the Fine Brothers. If approved, they could use names like Kids React or Teens React for their videos, and the Fine Brothers would help promote them. However, any money the fans made from these videos would have to be shared with the Fine Bros. Initially, the idea didn't sound bad. That was until the Fine Brothers revealed how they were trying to trademark the word React itself. That's when the video took a turn for the worst. Trademarking the word React.
That would have pretty much like would have that made it impossible to like me making reaction videos? I wonder. I'm just curious.
Was a major issue. Reaction videos were very popular on YouTube, and many of them had the word React in their titles. If the Fine Brothers got the trademark, they would be able to control any video that used the word React. This meant that they could take down any YouTube video with that word in it or claim copyright to make money off of other creators' videos. By trying to trademark the word React, the Fine Brothers were going to war with millions of content creators and subscribers. The news made a lot of people mad. Longtime fans of the Fine Brothers turned against them, accusing the Fine Bros of trying to control a concept that they didn't own. It wasn't just the fans who were upset. Other YouTubers made videos bashing the brothers.
We should do that with Nintendo and them trying to copyright what's the word? Copyright the catching mechanic.
We can't wait to work with so many of you and change the world together.
What he meant to say is he can't wait to just take all of your ad revenue for whatever you happen to create that even looks like the Fine Bros format.
The number of dislikes on the announcement video skyrocketed from hundreds to thousands, then millions. The comments were really harsh, with many calling the brothers money-grubbing and power-hungry. People were unsubscribing from the React channel in droves. At one point, tens of thousands of people were unsubscribing per hour. Within days, they lost 300,000 subscribers. Backlash was so intense that the Fine Brothers had no choice but to respond. A few days later, the Fine Brothers posted an apology video saying that their intentions were misunderstood. They claimed they only wanted to protect their specific React series, not control all reaction videos on YouTube.
But if you would have copyrighted the word React, you would have achieved that though, that you could control what somebody can make, which is exactly the people's concerns.
We were never trying to say that every video where someone reacts to something else is something we would try to control. When we referenced licensing the React format, we only meant our specific series, not...
Was Shy good? Shy was very, shy.
Let's
just say that.
not the overall genre of reaction videos. We do not own the genre.
However, just weeks after the announcement, smaller channels on Reddit started posting about how the Fine brothers were copyright claiming their videos. The Fine brothers eventually removed the React World announcement video and dropped the entire idea. By then, the damage had already been done. The React channel's reputation never fully recovered, and almost 10 years later, the React World announcement is still one of the most disliked videos in YouTube history. Logan Paul's apology. Logan Paul's apology video titled "So Sorry" is next on our list of most hated YouTube videos. The controversy began when Logan Paul uploaded a vlog where he and his friends explored the Aokigahara forest in Japan. The forest was infamous for being a place where many people go to end their lives. Although Logan knew this, he decided to explore the forest with his camera rolling. While there, he and his friends came across the body of someone who had recently passed. Instead of treating the situation with seriousness and respect,
Yeah, instead of treating it with seriousness and respect, they were first of all goofy, and second of all, I think they uploaded the video, which they shouldn't have done.
Logan made jokes and continued to record.
How our lives unfold. There's no going back. I've seen things I can't unsee.
We found a dead body.
He then uploaded the video to his YouTube channel showing millions of viewers the disturbing footage. It didn't take long for the backlash to hit. Viewers were outraged, calling Logan disrespectful and heartless. The video got hundreds of thousands of dislikes before it was deleted by Logan himself that same day. In response to the backlash, Logan released an apology video titled "So Sorry."
I've made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment, and I don't expect to be forgiven. I'm simply here to apologize.
But rather than calming the storm, this apology video fueled even more anger, racking up over 1 million dislikes in just a few hours. It wasn't his vlog that was the most disliked, but his apology. Logan even trended on Twitter with countless tweets blasting him for exploiting someone's pain for clout. But if Logan already apologized, why was everyone still mad? For many viewers, Logan's apology seemed fake. They felt like he was only saying sorry because he got in trouble and faced backlash, not because he really understood how wrong he was. It felt more like a performance meant to save his reputation rather than a true expression of regret. The apology video is still on Logan's channel with...
Ooh, that's funny. Maybe we should watch that. Nah, but still, yeah, I don't know what to say. He should have never, like, you can't be this stupid. You knew that could backfire. Otherwise, like, it makes no sense. But maybe you don't because you're naive, because you were naive, I don't know.
With over 63 million views and almost 3 million dislikes. But the dislikes on Logan's apology video weren't the only problem. The real consequences were much worse. YouTube kicked him out of their Google Preferred program, potentially costing him millions in ad revenue. On top of that, he lost several deals with brands and advertisers. A movie he was working on got put on hold, and even the Hollywood actor The Rock told Logan to delete every picture and video of them together. And it wasn't over. Logan's own business partners sued him, claiming the scandal made them lose a $3.5 million.
Didn't this start the adpocalypse on YouTube? Where advertisers were pulling the plug on YouTube? It didn't start much later, though, than this. So I think that actually kickstarted the entire thing.
Deal. Feeling the heat, Logan took a break from content creation. Eventually, his fans, business partners, and even YouTube forgave him. Logan returned to YouTube, but continues to stir up drama to this day. By this point in time, Logan's apology was widely considered the worst YouTuber apology in history. That was until this next video, Colleen Ballinger's apology. The video you're about to see isn't just one of you.
Isn't this the ukulele chick.
YouTube's most hated videos. It's also a perfect example of a terrible apology.
Hey, it's been a while since you saw my face. I haven't been doing so great, so I took a little break. So a lot of people are saying some things about me that
aren't oh man.
Quite true. Doesn't matter if it's true though, just as long as it's entertaining to you.
The video was posted by YouTuber Colleen Ballinger after she was accused of something so serious that it could have landed her in jail. But instead of making a normal apology video, she did something totally unexpected. She sang her apology while playing a ukulele. The video went viral, eventually becoming a meme known as the ukulele apology. This was a ridiculous way to apologize for a potentially serious crime. But what exactly was she saying sorry for? Colleen Ballinger started on YouTube in 2006, but didn't have much success. In 2008, she introduced the goofy Miranda Sings character, which gained her millions of fans. Over the course of 10 years, her channel amassed over 10 million subscribers, making her one of YouTube's biggest stars. But in April 2020, Colleen found herself at the center of a career-ending scandal. One of her fans made a video accusing Colleen of inappropriate behavior with
She's a child diddler. She's a child diddler, as usual.
them when he was young. This inappropriate behavior included sending him weird messages, asking him for photos, and even mailing him her lingerie.
This was what?
What? What the fuck? Mailing him her underwear? That is a new one. That is a new one. I haven't. That's one of the freakier women. I could tell.
I was sent. I don't even know. Sorry, I don't know which way this goes. This is what I was sent. Okay.
Colleen made a brief apology after these allegations came out, and the situation seemed to fade away. But that wasn't the end of the drama. The allegations resurfaced in June 2023 when more young fans came forward with similar stories about Colleen's inappropriate behavior. In a Rolling Stones article, fans shared stories about how Colleen pressured them to send pictures and have video calls. She even invited them to slumber parties despite being much older than them. They even had screenshots to prove it. Many people began to speculate that Colleen liked.
Some of you sick freaks would now say, where was I? Where was she when I was young? I know exactly who you are. I'm back. Hey, I'm back. I've calmed down now. That's good. That's good.
To have inappropriate relationships with her fans. Instead of addressing the new allegations with a serious, straightforward response, Colleen decided to do something completely unique. She was going to sing a song.
I've been wanting to come online and talk to you about a few things. Even though my team has strongly advised me to not say what I want to say, I recently
Your team? You should have listened to your team.
realized that they never said that I couldn't sing what I want to say.
In a bizarre apology, Colleen didn't provide a real explanation for her actions. Instead, she sang lyrics that downplayed the allegations and made excuses for her behavior. Viewers could hardly believe what they were seeing, so in anger, they downvoted it. Colleen's High video currently has over 2 million dislikes and 18 million views. Fans expected a sincere apology, but instead got a song that was disrespectful and insensitive. After the backlash from her ukulele apology, Colleen took a 4-month break from YouTube. When she finally returned, she posted a new video where she apologized again, this time without the ukulele. She made a more serious apology saying, "I don't expect anyone to welcome me back with open arms. I don't expect to change anyone's mind with this video. I just wanted to come on here and say,
You should not come back. You are a predator. This world has no room for predators." Dude. I want to come back after I sent minors, lingerie. Yeah, sure, bro. Sure. Stone her now.
that I'm sorry. The ukulele video made her lose a lot of subscribers, and several of her live shows and tours were canceled. Despite all of this, Colleen is still vlogging on her YouTube channels, hoping to rebuild the trust with her audience. But no matter what she does, her ukulele apology will go down as one of the most hated YouTube videos of all time. Jojo Siwa's Karma music video. This year, 2024, Jojo Siwa's music video for single Karma made history for all the wrong reasons.
Your #1 first place overall goes to Karma by Jojo Siwa with
I still dislike this girl. I still dislike this girl so much. She's just a screamer. She really just is a screamer.
an astonishing, record-breaking 3.1 million
JoJo Siwa started her career as a child star on a show called Dance Moms and became a teen pop artist. In her early career, she was famous for her colorful style and upbeat songs aimed at young girls. But with the release of Karma, everything changed, just not in the way she'd hoped. JoJo wanted to reinvent herself. She spent years wearing sparkly outfits and big hair bows. But now that she was older, she wanted to switch to a more mature, provocative image. The release of the Karma music video in April 2024 was supposed to be a bold statement of her new look and sound. However, it didn't go as planned. JoJo Siwa went from looking like this.
So we went from cute to Mad Max. That's interesting. The song's in my head. F you, JoJo. Oh my.
To looking like this.
What
But
the
instead of
what the fuck happened? She really went from cute to fucking Mad Max. That is crazy.
embracing her rebrand, JoJo's new look became an internet meme. Her music video was also described as cheesy and hilariously goofy. One reviewer called it the worst music I've ever listened to. One big reason for the backlash was the video's content. The music video showed JoJo wearing suggestive outfits and making inappropriate gestures. That was completely out of line, especially since most of her fans were kids. Parents were upset because they felt the video was too graphic for her young audience. But things got worse after JoJo's performance at the LA Pride event in June 2024. During the performance, she danced provocatively with her background dancers, drank from a bottle of vodka on stage, and swore loudly into the mic multiple times. This behavior didn't sit well with fans, especially since many of her younger audience members were in the crowd. As news of JoJo's behavior spread,
you can't just build around a younger audience then expect that you can change your content. Sure. Yeah. Absolutely. What a fucking retard. JoJo still looks childish, just changed to black emo mode. True.
The dislikes on her Karma video skyrocketed until it hit 3.1 million dislikes, becoming one of the most disliked videos on the platform. T-Series. In 2018 and 2019, YouTube was buzzing about one thing: PewDiePie versus T-Series. What started as a playful competition spiraled into something much bigger. By the end, this epic battle between two massive channels led to some of the most hated videos on YouTube. The reason T-Series videos got so many dislikes was not because of the content itself, but because of the rivalry between two channels, PewDiePie and T-Series. For many years, PewDiePie held the title of the most subscribed channel on YouTube. He didn't just have the most subscribers, he also had the most views on his videos. PewDiePie was even predicted to be the first creator to ever hit 100 million subscribers, but that prediction didn't last. In late 2018, a new channel started taking over, T-Series, which was
That was such a funny time. That was so funny. It was everywhere. PewDiePie's diss track, bitch lasagna. That was everywhere. But the Indians are just too strong. The Indians are too powerful.
an Indian company that produced music and films. Their videos were so popular that in January 2017, they overtook PewDiePie and became the most viewed channel on YouTube. But PewDiePie still had the most subscribers. Before long, T-Series began closing in on PewDiePie's subscriber count, and it seemed like they might take his top spot. A new report even predicted that T-Series would be the first YouTube channel to reach 100 million subscribers. But PewDiePie wasn't gonna let that happen without a fight. In August 2018, he posted a video titled "This Channel Will Overtake PewDiePie," where he playfully asked his fans to help him stay #1.
Who is this T-Series channel? This channel will pass PewDiePie. I'm #1! I'm #1!
PewDiePie didn't know it yet, but with that request, he had just triggered a full-blown fan war between his supporters and
I don't even think that was bro's intention. I think it was just made to be a joke. Like, it was obvious that they're gonna overtake PewDiePie, because, like, it's just like it's just more people. Straight up. But bro put up a good fight.
and T-Series fans. PewDiePie's fans were determined to keep him at the top, so they started disliking T-Series videos as a way to fight back. Millions of fans joined the effort. They organized campaigns to dislike every video
Okay, that might be a new level of parasocial that you want to get a ban on a YouTube channel that didn't even do anything bad.
Uploaded by T-Series. This wasn't just about keeping PewDiePie on the top anymore. They wanted to bring down the T-Series channel altogether. PewDiePie added more fuel to the fire when he released a diss track called Be Lasagna, which was a direct attack on T-Series. And it got PewDiePie's fans even more fired up. They started disliking T-Series videos in massive numbers. Big YouTubers like Jacksepticeye and Markiplier joined in, asking their own fans to support PewDiePie by subscribing to his channel and disliking T-Series videos. Mr. Beast even bought every billboard in his city telling people to unsubscribe from T-Series and subscribe to PewDiePie.
Hey! Calling all bros, you can save YouTube. Subscribe to PewDiePie, unsubscribe from T-Series. Truer words have never been spoken.
There was a march in Pakistan where protesters held signs reading unsubscribe T-Series and expressed their support for PewDiePie. Hackers around the world hijacked printers, making them print over 100,000 flyers supporting PewDiePie. Needless to say, this rivalry got out of hand. But despite the millions of dislikes on their videos, T-Series won the battle. It all came to an end on May 29th, 2019, when T-Series officially passed PewDiePie and became the first channel to hit 100 million subscribers. The PewDiePie versus T-Series rivalry led to some of the most disliked videos on the platform. This next video on our list,
I still consider PewDiePie the one with the most subs, because I think, first of all, Mr. Beast kind of feels like a more like a company than it really is a YouTuber. And T-Series is a company, straight up, so yeah.
is much more serious than this competition. It involves compromising kids for money. The Cocomelon Bath Song. The Cocomelon Bath Song is one of the most hated videos on YouTube, and its high number of dislikes reveal just how much controversy surrounds it. This video—
Oh, Cocomelon. Our favorite devilish children's show. The child brain rot.
Video created by the popular children's channel Cocomelon has racked up over 6 billion views and 16 million likes. However, the number that stands out the most is its 12 million dislikes. That's a 42% dislike to like ratio. When parents were asked why they disliked Cocomelon, most of them had the same answer: addiction. Parents can't stand the Bath Song and other Cocomelon videos because they're too addictive for toddlers. At such a young age, the content should be safe for their growing minds, but Cocomelon is far from that. It's like poison for their brains. Cocomelon is designed to keep kids hooked to their screens. It uses bright colors and flashy effects to grab their attention, and the scenes change every few seconds to keep things exciting. These tactics make it hard for kids to stop watching. For example, in the Bath Song, the scene often changes every 1 to 2 seconds.
Let's see how many seconds it takes for each one of these scenes to change. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1.
Parents also
1, 1, 1. Yeah, that's the same method that, for example, somebody like Mr. Beast uses as well, where they have quick cuts.
Complain that Cocomelon adds absolutely zero value to their kids. The videos don't teach the kids anything, it just turns them into zombies that stare at the screen. Some parents even said that their kids throw tantrums when a Cocomelon video is turned off. Given all this, it's no surprise that the Cocomelon Bath Song has 12 million dislikes. Parents believe that Cocomelon isn't just entertainment, it's making—
I mean, yeah, take an addict's source of addiction away, and they're gonna lose it. Who would have guessed that would happen?
their kids addicted to screens. And to show their frustration, they've made it one of the most hated videos on YouTube. If you guys want a more in-depth breakdown of this situation, check out my video, How the Internet Destroyed Generation Alpha. The next hated video on our list was also created by a popular company, but after one tragic incident, they went from loved to absolutely hated. The Sadak 2 trailer. It might surprise you, but the second most disliked video on YouTube is actually a movie trailer. The trailer for the beloved movie Sadak 2 received a whopping 13.9 million dislikes. With 81 million views, the trailer only managed to gather around 700.
Damn, that's a worse ratio than some Ubisoft trailers.
100,000 likes. That's a 95% dislike rate. That technically makes the Set Act 2 trailer the most disliked video on YouTube if we're going by the dislike to like ratio. People didn't just dislike the Set Act 2 trailer because of the movie itself. It had to do with a much bigger issue, the death of a beloved Bollywood actor.
Big breaking news that is coming in at the moment. Actor Sushant Singh Rajput has committed
On June 14th, 2020, all of India was heartbroken after hearing about the passing of actor Sushant Singh Rajput. The 34-year-old was a rising movie star in India. Police reported that he took his own life. However, investigations began to reveal a darker story, one that would lead everyone to hating the Set Act 2 movie. It turns out, before his demise, Sushant was almost given the lead role in the Set Act 2 film, but at the last minute, he was kicked out of the project and replaced. Why? Alia Bhatt, the film's lead actress, didn't want to work with him. Alia wasn't just an actress, but also the daughter of the director of the movie. This made people believe that Alia might have influenced her father to replace Sushant with another actor. Old clips of Alia mocking Sushant surfaced, which fueled the public's anger. On a talk show, Alia talked down on Sushant's achievements. Sushant's fans felt like he was treated unfairly by powerful people in Bollywood, including the Bhatt family. They believed—
So, where this is going to, bro, was pretty much bullied into taking his own life.
that getting kicked out of the Set Act 2 movie because of nepotism drove Sushant to do what he did. So when the Set Act 2 trailer was released just 2 months after Sushant's passing, it became a target for angry fans who were still mourning him. They flooded the video with dislikes as a way to protest nepotism in Bollywood. The hate continued until it hit 13.6 million dislikes, setting a new YouTube record. The next video on our list probably took millions of dollars to create, only—
Is it the rewind? It's probably the rewind.
To take the crown as the most hated video in YouTube history. YouTube Rewind 2018. Ironically, the most disliked video on YouTube was made by YouTube. With a staggering 20 million dislikes, YouTube Rewind 2018 was the most hated video on the platform.
Yeah. It's rewind time.
But why did this video, which was meant to celebrate the year's biggest trends, end up getting so much hate? Every year from 2010 to 2019, YouTube released a video called YouTube Rewind to recap the most popular moments on the platform. In the beginning, it was a simple collection of the biggest viral videos, but over time, it became a full production. By 2012, YouTube featured popular creators to perform viral trends in their videos. At first, this format worked well, but by the time YouTube Rewind 2018 came around, things took a turn for the worst. That year, it seemed like YouTube completely ignored what its community wanted. YouTube Rewind 2018 felt disconnected from the creators and events that people cared about. Many viewers were annoyed that YouTube left out major moments like the huge PewDiePie versus T-Series rivalry, which was one of the biggest stories on the platform that year. PewDiePie, who was also YouTube's most popular individual creator, wasn't even mentioned in the video.
So I never understood why that thing was so hated, but I'm starting to understand. Weird, okay, very weird, I have to say. I'll be right back. I gotta do something real quick. I'm back again. Got a phone call. Just gonna ignore the biggest creator everyone knows. Makes no sense. Yeah, especially since like that whole T-Series thing was that important, right? It just makes sense to add the biggest creator in there and like that whole situation.
seriously, YouTube, I feel like there's no longer a YouTube Rewind when you bring up stuff about what's happening in the world and include talk show hosts. This video should be a representation of all the biggest events and YouTubers on YouTube during the year.
On top of that, YouTube invited celebrities and influencers who weren't really part of the YouTube community. People were confused about why movie stars and talk show hosts were included when they didn't contribute to YouTube's culture. Fans wanted the video to focus on their favorite YouTubers, not random celebrities who had nothing to do with the platform. So why did YouTube make all these strange choices? According to tech YouTuber Marquez Brownlee, it was because of advertising. Marquez explained that YouTube started seeing—
Oh, who would have guessed? The reason is money. I wouldn't have ever expected that the reason was money.
Rewind as a way to appeal to advertisers who cared a lot about brand safety. That meant that YouTube had to leave out anyone controversial like PewDiePie, even though he was—
I still think that platforms are idiots for giving advertisers too much power. Because just like Twitter, you can say, fuck you. And they will eventually crawl back, because if they have nowhere to advertise, they themselves are not going to make money.
Was a huge star on YouTube.
They obviously are a company that has to make money, and the way they do that is by pairing advertisers to content. So they started seeing YouTube Rewind as a place to showcase all the best stuff that happens on YouTube for advertisers.
This focus on keeping advertisers happy made the video feel less authentic. Instead of celebrating the real YouTube community, it felt like YouTube was just trying to put together a polished, advertiser-friendly product. In response to all the hate, PewDiePie decided to create his own version of YouTube Rewind.
Yeah, it's rewind time. You know, if I could control rewind, I would want it to be an actual rewind.
PewDiePie's video was much more in touch with what the community wanted. It featured real highlights from the year and didn't shy away from controversial moments. After the disaster of YouTube Rewind 2000—
Why did they add TikTokers? They have no talent, most not all. More advertisement, more money, I guess.
2018, YouTube tried to fix things with Rewind 2019, but they just made another mess. Instead of doing a big production, YouTube Rewind 2019 went back to a simple compilation format, showing the most liked videos of that year. But fans thought it was a lack of effort, like YouTube had just given up. The 2019 Rewind still got 10 million dislikes. YouTube Rewind was no longer a celebration video, but a cesspool of hate comments. Because of all the bad feedback, YouTube decided to cancel the Rewind series completely. These hated videos remind us that being real with your audience is worth more than views or likes. Even if I'd like to think our production quality is on point, no amount of editing can replace keeping your trust as my main goal. Visual Venture. Wait, before you guys go, make sure you guys watch my video.
As usual, a very good video by Visual Venture. I can certainly not complain. It was a good video. Yeah. Next up. Hopefully they're not too weird, but we'll see if they are too weird. The recommendations. Whoop. We'll start with this one.
Black Friday.
The I cannot speak. The commercialization. I can spell. The commercialization of Christmas is a good thing by urgently firing. I'm curious. Let's go.
Black Friday frenzy, an estimated 116 million shoppers hitting the stores.
Tonight, those doorbuster deals at times creating chaos.
I can't understand this black lady here. Oh my god, that is crazy. This is definitely an American thing. This wouldn't happen here in Germany. This video is already worth it because you can't read. Fucking bitch, I will find you.
But the euphoria over Black Friday shopping turning deadly in Alabama after a fight turned into a shooting at this mall.
Huh? Over Christmas? What the fuck?
We've got officers on the scene. There has been shots fired.
This is insane. But what if I told you that this is Western culture healing from a millennia of cultural oppression? And what if I told you that embracing superficial holidays was the key to fighting everything from cultural oppression to white supremacy to even seasonal affective disorder? Yes, really. Well, that's the case I'm gonna be making today. For those who are new to the channel, I'm an economist by training who has a background dealing with extremist religious movements. Careers are complicated, and today I'm going to be making the case that the commercialization of Christmas is a good thing. It's a lot to go over, so please be sure to like this video, subscribe if you are new, and let's just get right into it.
There was a lot to take in, so bro is... I don't know what he is. Working in economics, but it's at the same time focusing on religious extremism? I don't know.
The first Christmas celebration started about 400 years after the advent of Christianity. The earliest references to Christmas we have are from the chronograph of 354, which was a calendar that a wealthy Roman named Valentinus had commissioned in order to record noteworthy Christian events that year in the empire. It would take Rome another...
Fox you all. Fox me yourself.
30 years to become a Christian state under Constantine, and it would take Christmas another 400 years to become the most popular holiday in Europe, mostly a result of Charlemagne getting crowned Holy Roman Emperor on Christmas Day in 800 AD. But why was Christmas Day on September 25th to begin with? After all, the stories of Jesus' birth in Matthew and Luke don't mention exactly when he was born, but they do mention a Roman census going on, and they talk about certain behaviors of shepherds that would likely place Jesus' birth sometime during the summer. And so the real answer is that we don't know. But there are three main theories as to why Christmas is celebrated on December 25th. The first theory is that a Christian historian named Sextus Africanus set Jesus' birthday to be exactly 9 months after March 25th, which he decided was the first day in the spiritual...
Heinrich Gelzer. Sextus Julius Africanus und die byzantinische Chronographie. Okay. This is German, this book.
Year, according to his universal chronography. You can piece together why 9 months is important for yourself. The second theory was that this was done to align with pagan festivals, particularly Sol Invictus, which was a festival celebrating the birth of the god Mithras, and took place immediately following the wildly popular feasts of Saturnalia.
I can see why you wanted me to watch this one.
And the third theory is closely related, and that was so that Constantine could intentionally weaken pagan festivals to impose Christianity upon his empire. A trend that we will keep seeing through the fall of Rome, the British Empire, and then eventually the modern day United.
Yes, I can speak German. Now you can finally say pagan.
States. And so 800 AD is where I want to start this video, because it doesn't necessarily matter why Christians decided to replace the winter solstice with celebrating Jesus' birth. What matters is that it happened, and how that gave Christmas leverage to become such a powerful force of cultural suppression in the West. But before we get into that, let's quickly back up and ask, what is a solstice? For those who don't know, no shame, the Earth doesn't actually move around the sun in a perfect circle shape. It's more of an oval, and so the day and night cycle changes throughout the year as a result. In the Northern Hemisphere, where most humans live,
this turned into... So we went from history of Nice, Nosferatu. So, okay, so this went from history of Christmas to space and the solar system. Okay.
live, the longest day of the year is the summer solstice, which falls on June 21st-ish. The shortest day of the year is exactly 6 months later, on December 21st. And then exactly 3 months in between those dates are the vernal or spring equinox and the autumnal or fall equinox, where the days and nights are the exact same length and time. The solstices and the equinoxes mark the first day of their respective seasons, which is also why the seasons start on the 20th day of their respective months as opposed to the first, unless you're in Australia. The equinoxes and the solstices.
Australia does not exist. It does not. We know this. You need to learn something new. I don't want to learn.
In particular, have ended up hosting some of the most important cultural holidays on Earth as a result. The changing of seasons matter a lot. The start of spring and the start of winter especially so. And so it makes sense that Easter and Christmas, the two holidays which closely align with the start of spring and winter, would end up becoming the most important cultural holidays of the Christian year, even though the early church did not necessarily intend them to be, at least not Christmas anyway. And it also makes sense that Easter and Christmas would end up becoming the two Christian holidays that ended up becoming the most pagan in their cultural practice.
Pagan! Yay! I can pronounce it! Don't care. Pagan. If Australia doesn't exist, I'm so sorry. Yeah, she's a government spy. We all know this.
So let's talk about why Christmas is so pagan. Now, when I say pagan here, I'm talking about practices and beliefs that were historically tied to a certain people or region.
Pagan is not an insult.
But were not necessarily bound to that group or area. Polytheists across time have often believed that their gods take on different forms in different areas, or that the gods of other people simply exist. Romans believed that their god Jupiter was the same as Zeus in Greece, and they believed that the Germanic god Tyr was just another aspect of Mars. A lot of Vaishnavas in India believe that Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha, and maybe even Jesus are likely avatars of Vishnu. So the concept of a religion being correct or true is a relatively new human invention, and a primarily Christian and Muslim one at that. Modern pluralism is still alive and well, with eclectic neo-pagans often
I still believe the Bible is true and that Jesus was in fact God. Nobody will ever change that.
worshipping gods from multiple pantheons, and the average Japanese person identifying with two or more religions at the exact same time. But in the past, it was super normal to embrace the religious traditions of wherever you happen to find yourself. And Christians did this too. Sometimes because they genuinely believed that the gods or spirits of places where they went were real. And other times for practical reasons. Maybe they were missionaries who wanted to stay on people's good side so that they could convert them. Or maybe they were a Christian leader over a pagan population who wanted to embrace local customs for practical political reasons. But regardless of reasons, Christianity slowly started to absorb the local customs of wherever it went, both organically and by force. And so modern Christmas customs are some of the best cultural artifacts that we have of folk traditions in the West pre-Christianization. Bringing trees into the home and decorating them during the winter has been happening forever in the West. Gift giving around the winter solstice was an incredibly important part of Saturnalia.
I'm agnostic personally. Okay. Deer shocked. Why is Deer shocked?
in Rome. Odin's Wild Hunt during Yule shares a lot of visual similarities to modern-day depictions of Santa Claus. And while it's hard to draw one-to-one connections between Germanic paganism and modern-day Christmas, mostly because all of the sources that we have are from 12th century Iceland and not actually from Scandinavia or the British Isles, we can't deny the fact that the Celts, the Romans, the Norse, and the Christians are all part of the cultural heritage of those of us living in the Anglo world. But Christianity in particular has made a concerted effort over time to destroy the customs and traditions that came from the Celts, the Romans.
If you couldn't tell, I'm Nordic pagan. Okay. I don't want my pillow to be warm. Yes, it will be warm tonight. Nah, you said hi, so you're good, poker fan.
And the Norse. Christianity and Islam have this unfortunate tendency to try and destroy cultural artifacts whenever they take over a place. Like, most people are shocked to learn that Afghanistan was a Buddhist country for almost 1,000 years. And like I said earlier, there are almost no surviving documents of Norse religion from Scandinavia or the British Isles, despite those being the places where the Vikings came from and ended up settling. On top of the fact that they didn't write much anyway to begin with. But there are countless stories of Christian kings and magistrates dealing with the backlash of trying to replace...
Hi, I'm not. What? Is that you, Yoda? Bro talking like he's Yoda. I don't know, it's very educational.
Local customs with Christian ones. A famous example being Hakon the Good of Norway, who famously moved Yule celebrations to December 25th so that they would align with Christmas Day. However, Protestantism would actually bring with it the most intense backlash against all celebrations in general, both pagan and Christian ones alike. In 1647, an ordinance from the crown was released for
but being Protestants are still Christians. Why does he differentiate between that?
Forbidding all holidays, including Easter and Christmas, from being celebrated in England and Wales. And in the American colonies...
Are you happy, D-Luke? It's not a disgusting video. Yay!
Religious movements were often characterized by people rejecting religious customs and aesthetics and culture in exchange for strictly worshiping the words of the Bible as they interpreted them. And so, even though the United States is the world's melting pot, most Americans go to churches that look like this. Most holiday meals look like this. Religious people dress like this. Religious homes look like this. And any semblance of character or fun or aesthetics is heavily demonized in the United States as being pagan or satanic, or even just belittled as woo-woo nonsense by both Christians and atheists alike. But the problem with that is that holidays matter.
The problem is that you should first of all never follow American Christianity. What they consider Christianity is not what the Bible tells you. I know a lot of people that would rather die before they follow American Christianity. Yoda, I am not. Mr. Diagonal Yips, I am.
A lot. Tradition connects us to our ancestors and our living communities. Vibrant colors and costumes and music and rituals is what grounds us in the natural cycles of the world, makes us more grateful for what we have, and fights off the existential dread that comes with living in an increasingly artificial world that we did not evolve for. It keeps us sane during the winter, gives us rites of passage so that we can internalize the transition between childhood and adulthood. And
I disagree. We don't have that. We don't have any rites of passage anymore. That's why a lot of young men Like a lot of young men feel, first of all, have no direction. They never grow up. And their 35-year-old boys end up as 35-year-old boys. We don't have a rite of passage anymore. In most cultures, that is not the case.
Overall just gives life meaning. And so if you are a white American who is not a Christian, you quite literally have no culture, because the people in power have been trying to destroy your culture for millennia. I want to take you back to your childhood for just a second. Do you remember the magic of the holiday season when you were a kid? Snow falling in December, not having to go to school, movies, songs, decorations, customs, and even advertisements, all indicating that something special was happening. Something that became less and less special as you grew older. Christmas songs became repetitive. Your mom started lashing out about the obligation to buy so many presents. The day after Thanksgiving became a mad dash to try to buy new electronics because Black Friday was the only day your family could afford them. And once you started working, the holidays became a struggle to schedule time off with your coworkers in a way that was fair for everyone, but somehow managed to screw you over in particular. And as your life became more artificial, stressful, and disconnected from the natural cycles of the world, you wanted nothing more than to feel something again. To feel that magic feeling you used to have as a kid when the seasons changed. And for a lot of us,
I only had that because I had somebody that actually made me feel alive. I kind of lost that after that. I lost that after breaking up. That's when I lost that shit. Which is why I look at Christmas as like, okay, next season. Yeah, I'm a 30-year-old boy who lives on his own. Oh, where's my rite of passage? Fuck. Does not exist.
that feeling would only ever come back in moments when we were consuming media. Fantasy stories of heroes and magic that would make us feel for a fleeting moment like we were part of something bigger than ourselves. For others, we found that in fleeting moments we spent in the outdoors, maybe looking up at the stars or into
I don't have that now either. My interest for media, like, I can consume media with feeling zero joy. I've somehow learned that. Where I can just play a game, a new game, and feel zero excitement about it.
a fire, and realizing that there's a certain peaceful calm with realizing that you are small and insignificant in relation to the universe as a whole. And for a handful of us, those moments of magic and wonder when consuming media or being in the outdoors was enough of a high that we became addicted to chasing it.
Also, you can twist that around. If that makes you feel small and insignificant, that can quickly turn into nihilism, which means nothing I do matters. Because that's what I have currently. I am full on into nihilism. Nothing I do matters, because I will leave nothing behind. Is Dialog human? I question that at times. More like, do I still have humanity inside of me?
We knew we couldn't go back to organized religion because the only form of spirituality we understood before was trapped behind money and guilt and men in suits. But maybe we could discover a source of spirituality, or even just reverence, that acknowledged the cycles and the beauty of the natural world, but didn't have an institution tied to it. And so eventually we find things like tarot or astrology to connect us to the broader universe.
If a woman is into astrology, that is my dating guide here. Dating tip. Run. This is racism for white women.
Viking core and neo-paganism to give us an outlet to express our masculinity and to embrace the spiritual virtues like strength and discipline, or witchcraft and crystals to embrace the heritage of feminine empowerment in the West.
No, I think I'll stay with Christianity. I think I'll stay with the Bible and Jesus.
And to give people a community for women that isn't so caught up in the toxic, dysfunctional side of feminine culture in America today. And as we join those groups and they become more insular, we decide that they are the only way for us to feel the magic of the natural world, and that they're protecting us from what we decide are the true enemies of the world. Those enemies start out as urbanism or modernism at first, but as we get more politicized, they evolve into things like blue-haired liberals in San Francisco, or migrants at the Mexican border, who we believe are trying
I like him in this part there, because blue-haired liberals, nobody likes those.
To take away the white person's cultural heritage. But never do we stop and consider that the primary force behind the destruction of Western culture was, is, and always will be other white people in power, fascist governments, organized religion, and billionaire elites who want to rob us of our sense of wonder in the world and convince us that the only way to live life is to go to school, get a full-time job, get married, live in a suburban house made from the cheapest materials with the most lifeless aesthetic possible, and to stick our elderly in expensive retirement homes.
I hate modernism. I could say something, but I'm not going to.
Only for our kids to rinse and repeat the cycle, because we've all become shills for a system that vilifies living life. We give so much flack to places like China for trying to destroy their rich cultural heritage in exchange for obedience and wealth. But we never stop and consider that white Christian rulers have been doing the same thing to us for thousands of years. And that's why cultural life in the former British...
Say it? Okay. I know somebody who puts business over their own, like, financial success over everything, but then complains about modernism. That made me think that's kind of hypocritical from that person when you mentioned that.
British Empire is so hollow and cringy. And look, I don't have a good solution to this. In my opinion, it would be great if we could get rid of both formalized conservative religion and that egotistical, minimalism-loving secularism that thinks that all fantasy and wonder is bad, and instead create lives and communities that value family and aesthetics and sustainability and living in line with the natural cycles of the earth. But that's a lot of work, and so we're gonna have to start small. So I think the biggest ROI change that we can make as individuals is to start treating the complicated
modern buildings? Oh, okay.
Nuance of the holiday season as a good thing. Yes, they should be quiet times for reflection, but they should also be times of drunken revelry and spending money to make the world look super gaudy as a defense against the oppressive cold and darkness of winter.
He should beat me in summer. Or being around me is just as cold as being in winter.
Holiday spirit is good for our mental health, and our ancestors knew this. Seasonal affective disorder.
I don't think you can save my mental health. At least the way I see it. Not even the holidays can.
Order has been around forever, especially in places up north when the winter gets especially cold and dark. The decrease in sunlight and the associated lack of vitamin D and increase in melatonin cause our bodies to shut down. And once upon a time, there was probably a good use for this. It's not advantageous to have people running around and doing stuff when it's so cold and dangerous outside. And when there's significantly less food available, again, because it's cold and dangerous outside. But nowadays, we set our morning alarms for the exact same time every day. We make the same commute, eat the same meals, and work the same hours at our jobs, following the exact same schedule on the winter solstice as we did 6 months earlier on the summer solstice when there were 8 more hours of sunlight available. That's insane. And so it's no wonder that we become so depressed and feel so tired and sad all the time during the winter months. But as anyone who lives in the snowy mountains will tell you, the best way to survive the winter is to actually embrace it, to make it fun and to glorify it, and to make it something that you actually kind of look forward to every year. And a great way to do that is by embracing the holiday season. To string up lights, to put up tinsel, to drink hot wine, and to give away gifts to your friends and family.
I hide away, especially during winter. I hide away. I just work even more. Then come cool Florida off during the summer then. Like, quite literally, I might be one of the coldest people you will ever meet. I don't laugh, I don't smile, I always look at you like you just killed my dog. Literally.
This isn't about religion, this is about survival. And it has always been about survival. And so this Christmas season, I want to encourage you to take back the things that made you feel the magic of the holiday season as a child, and to integrate just a little more calculated consumerism into your life. I'll see you in the next video.
I can't get my ex-girlfriend back, so that magic will not return, because that was the only person that made the year overall magical. So rest in peace. That was interesting. That was very informative, at least. That was at least very informative. Informative. Switching into the German real quick. That's crazy. By the way, who the fuck drinks hot wine? I don't know. I mean, in general, don't drink, so there's that. Next up, another video recommended to me by Raven.
What is it like to...
Why is the title in German? What the heck? Why did that translate in German? Let me check. Okay, I think I can do it. Raising 22 children in the world's coldest city, minus 64 degrees Celsius. In Yakutsk, Siberia. So I'm scared. By QMB. Let's go.
What is it like to raise a family in the world's coldest city, where winter temperatures plumb to minus 64 degrees Celsius? Today, we will explore the daily life of the largest family in Yakutsk, a family of 22 children who call this extreme place home. Alexander Pavlov, the father of the house, starts his day bright and early, heading outside to gather ice to make sure his family has enough clean drinking water.
Bro, he's playing IRL Minecraft. He's farming ice.
Raising 22 children is a challenging task, and it's even more challenging in a place like Yakutsk. Alexander and his family live in the suburbs of the city, where, like many others, they face the challenge of not having access to the central water supply. Instead, Alexander's family depend on water reserve containers to store the water needed for their daily activities.
I look cool. I'm a man. If I see ice breaking, I'm happy. Maybe it's just me. If I see like ice, like some like pieces of ice, and I just grab them, just throw them on the ground, and let them pierce in all area in every direction. I love it. I love ice cracking ice. Jesus Christ, that's cold. Yes, it is.
Настя, Рамина, Настя, садик.
Meanwhile, Oksana is waking up their children. Oksana and Alexander are loving parents to a total of 22 children, with 18 of them being adopted. Their family spans a wide age range from the oldest, who is 37 years old, to the youngest, who is just 6 years old. The youngest members of their family are Sofia, Ramina, and Nastya. Ramina is 9 years old and attends the local primary school, while 6 years old Nastya goes to a nursery next to their home. Today, Ramina has a day off from school because her primary school doesn't work when it's minus 45 degrees.
Yay! A day of school! How cold?
Today, Ramina has a day off from school because her primary school doesn't work when it's minus 45 degrees outside. However, the nursery continues.
React to teachers when everyone bombs the exam by Lando. I will. I will. I would survive in that place. Cold is not a problem. Yeah. You, not me though.
Continues to operate even when it's as cold as minus 55 degrees, so Nastya still has to go to nursery. Today the temperature outside is minus 48 degrees, which is quite common in Yakutia. As part of a
Mine's 48. Maybe global warming is not an issue.
Alexander's morning routine is to check the heating in their home to ensure his family stays warm on this ice-cold morning in Yakutsk. Despite the extreme cold, Alexander and his family rely on 2 gas boilers to keep their home comfortably warm at 25 degrees. Considering the size...
Are you watching Life in Cold? No. Raising 22 children. The title unfortunately is German because it's translated in German because my YouTube is German.
Of their 3,800 square foot home, heating costs are quite reasonable, around $200 a month.
I would be chilling there. I love the cold. You just have to make sure you have enough clothes on. Yeah, obviously. Imagine locking yourself out of the house while having these temperatures, right, Raven? Wouldn't that be crazy?
7:40 in the morning. All the kids are finally awake. It's time to get ready for school, nursery, and university. The Pavlov family has 14 kids living with them now. 8 of them are married and have their own families, but often come to visit their parents.
I hope they have multiple bathrooms. But, because if they have, like, the flu or anything, and multiple people have diarrhea or Need to vomit? Oh my god. With 22, with 24 people? That's scary. Say the name in German, video name in German. 22 Kinder in der kältesten Stadt der Welt bei minus 64 Grad Celsius aufziehen. I would find the way to survive in that case. No, you will freeze to death in darkness.
Despite having a big house, the Pavlos family still faces the daily challenge of a bathroom queue each morning.
They have one bathroom. Rest in peace. Literally. Oh my god. $200 a month for heating does not sound reasonable. That's about 2/3 of my rent already. I think rent around here in some places like 600 euros. Depending, if you live in a city, this can easily go up to like 800, maybe even close to 1,000.
Drawların bihi gorukta jeke getirebit.
Bu bihi kısmet ayılana.
Drawların min adım David, min hüdbebi sastaqpın.
Min adım Ruslan, yon sastaqpın. Min Настя Филиппова, это лет. Min Филиппова Рамина, алта састaqpın.
Ха, тебе же не 6.
А ой, я забыла то.
That's cute. That's cute. Rent here's $1 million. That is cute. She doesn't even know her age. Why did you make me watch this? Now I want my own children again. I hate you. I really do. No.
Min adım Жанна, 11 sastaqpın. Min adım Коля, 12.
Exactly. Stop laying, dear. Sit. You should sit. A pretty small family compared to the one Neelix wants. I only want 2 children. Like, minimum. I'd make more if she wants to. This will never happen. I will never have a family.
Sastaqpın. Min adım Augustana, 16 sastaqpın. Min adım Marcelana, 14 sastaqpın.
Min adım Leonya, 13 sastaqpın.
Min adım Sasha, 19 sastaq. Min adım Bova, 17 sastaqpın.
Min adım Yulia, 22 sastaqpın.
Adım София, 6 sastaqpın.
While children are busy with their morning routines, Oksana is making breakfast. Traditional Yakut
600 euros equals 634 US dollars. Yeah, remember, that is for a 1-bedroom apartment, by the way. That is just for a 1-bedroom apartment.
pancakes is a high-energy food that keep them warm during cold days.
Cold. That does not include heating. That's cold, without heating.
Managing schedules and responsibilities for such a large family can be overwhelming, so establishing routines and delegating tasks is essential, and Oksana's children are always eager to help.
Голубика.
Now it's time for breakfast. With just one kitchen in the Pavlov family, space is limited and can't comfortably fit everyone at once. So they found a way. They're eating in a 2-row, with the youngest children eating first, followed by the oldest.
Astan 2-3 oğlum bu. 2-3 yıllığa bayınca inanılmaz ayıqa Hristo bu egetir lejüdüp Antan bu elben
I mean, I guess they can do that and adopt as many children as they want. I still think 22 is crazy. That looks delicious. Do they eat butter? Is that butter? Seems like it.
Musiiqas oo noqonaqa uufsaya dhihiliibidna nasb qolobara liinoqo.
You look just adopt, but that doesn't solve the issue, Raven. It's like, you know the scene from Transformers 2 where Sam is in the room and like completely gets crazy and like draws all the Cybertronian signs on the walls and then goes like to like the place where like those calendars lays and he goes like cat calendar, cat calendar, cat calendar. That is you when I explain to you that adopting does not solve the problem. Jeez, that mom gets busy in the bedroom. Well, I think most of them are adopted, right? Most of them are adopted.
Ona hagardılıydılar bulana. Ama soğun ucu bu pustav bitolatır de ona kastırın tolan. Bitten takallar demolla de bile. Onu bol batak. Hindi bir havalar kelle turallar kelleler marallar. İyi den. Hatta hindi bara. Hindi mustatırallar.
Brahni karı ayı bara munstan. Különüren onyon. Ondukça sinir bir de ben. Ebe eheden kelle turallar.
Oksana and Alexander have shared a happy life together for 30 years. This decision to open their hearts and home to so many children came to Oksana when she was caring for her children. Being a teacher by
Rent a girlfriend. This is not the anime or manga where the dude just can't get the chick. And is an absolute degenerate, no. Oh, I want my own
profession, she has always been drawn to children and wanted to provide love, care, and a comfortable home to as many as possible. As their family grew, so did the responsibilities and the need for more attention. This led Alexander to make the difficult decision of leaving his job as an engineer to provide better support for his family. Alexander and Oksana are fully dedicated to caring for their children. They received government support for their monthly expenses, which they used to provide food and clothing for all their children. After a hearty breakfast, it's now time for school.
That is so cool that the government supports them with money. That is so cool. I wish that was possible here. You can actually rent a girlfriend in Japan. Like, I am aware that doesn't solve the issue. And we can get that man some kids from the basement, of course. The basement has no kids. Why would I have kids in the basement?
Archilana is 14-year-old with 3 years left before graduating school, thinking of becoming an actress, dentist, or singer. Her school days runs from 8:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. with a standardized curriculum in Yakutia, focusing on subjects like Russian language, literature, math, and sciences. To get into university, Archilana must pass the Unified State Exam, a test in various subjects. Competition for university scholarship is tough. Without high Unified State Exam scores, students must pay tuition fees, which range from $2,000 to $4,000 a year for low.
Yikes. At least here's just a semester fee of 180 euros.
Local public universities. So Archilana is determined not to miss school even in the extreme cold of minus 48 degrees. Not only Archilana but also her siblings go to school today. In Yakutsk, life continues even at such low temperatures. School, nurseries, universities and offices all continue to operate in such extreme weather. From a young age, locals understand the importance.
An actress or singer, good luck. Getting famous is hard as hell. Maybe become a VTuber. But I'm not famous. The fuck you mean?
Of dressing appropriately to brave the harsh winters. They wear insulated trousers and special winter jacket designed for extreme weather. Luckily, the Pavlos family lives right next to their school and nursery, just a 5-minute walk away. They choose their house location with their kids' safety in mind, making sure they don't have to walk too far outside. The older siblings look after the younger ones, ensuring they reach.
I didn't say you. Most VTubers aren't famous. Especially if you are in an app, there's two versions you can be famous, right? You either are a culprit or you are an absolute fucking degenerate. And neither of these are great. Or you are both.
The nursery and school first to prevent them from freezing. Next in line are Alkistana and Archilana. Despite their school being relatively close to home, the older siblings always make sure they arrive school safely. The oldest members of the family are currently attending the local university in the city center. In a city with no subway or other public transportation options apart from buses, their daily commute relies on taking the bus.
Let me in! Let me in! Let's go outside! I'm freezing!
Vova, Diana, Yulia, and Sasha start feeling the intense cold. This situation could quickly become dangerous, and with no bus inside, they must.
That place looks so cozy, like having a small cabin. That's the good shit. I already told Deer my new favorite aesthetic is bleeding out in the snow. I think that place is also pretty neat. W mom, I got a T. Just bleeding out in the snow after defending the people you love in a fight. I see no issue with that.
Rush back home or try to stop a passing car to avoid frostbite.
Центральная, через 3 минуты.
Luckily, the bus arrives just in time so they can safely reach their university. The buses in Yakutsk are red for a specific reason, not just by chance. They are painted this way because the red color is highly visible, especially in thick fog.
Yeah, that makes sense why you would use a red bus. Yeah. Imagine running somebody over. There's something he doesn't hide from me, but he hides from his therapist. Yeah, I mean, hey! Fighting for the people you love, then dying and bleeding out in the snow. There's currently no better aesthetic, in my opinion, in a way to die. Yeah, why would you suggest that? He didn't suggest that. The car besides the bus looks what?
This makes it easier for people in Yakutsk to spot their buses from far away. Meanwhile, some kids are helping their parents around the house, and like kids all around the world, they're excited about not having school today. Primary school are closed today, so they're enjoying their time at home and even playing outdoors, not minding the cold weather.
This is suffering to watch. First I get some history education video, and now I get pain in the cold. Disagree. Yeah, because you're a woman, you do not understand.
Like most locals here, kids are relishing their days outside by playing on snow slides, ice skating, and skiing. The kids try to play outside as much as they can until the cold becomes unbearable, at which point they move their activities indoors. Indoors, they enjoy playing chess among other games. Alexander takes sports and health seriously, striving to instill a sense of fitness in his children. Alexander built their own indoor gym where the kids train and participate in various sports activities during the afternoon.
The kids having the home gym based. If I'm bleeding out in the snow, I hope I have a bottle Jim Beam apple to drink while I die. I mean, that's also pretty neat. That's pretty neat. I have to say. That scene also looks pretty neat. Going with a drink as well. If I'm bleeding out, I'm getting up. I have balls unlike some. Now I'm bleeding out like... It is a scenario where you are so heavily injured that getting up is not an option. So you just bleed out in a beautiful winter scene.
The oldest members of the family are actively involved in professional sports such as athletic, skiing, boxing, and archery, participating and winning in numerous sport competitions.
Tumni hawdila qowraha kihitiga haqawrugar. Nambarot zakalajdir diaknab. Imbi tahdi taqsan tura kamsanandu hibi halgniyendu. Turgni khanan.
Kampurjan muskillerin. Oğulların bir kıradan bir takkan bölyen kireyler.
Haqa kihitin eşe qayid diqqa. Tumni qataran diqqa.
I love doing that, by the way. I really love doing that. It's so fun.
After returning from school, the children engage in dancing, singing, and various other activities. Living in the coldest place on earth, it's easy to forget about staying active, but it's important to stay strong and maintain good health to survive the harsh winter days.
Did the sound just turn off? That's weird.
Kids are playing. The father of the house, Alexander, is busy making...
It's back, never mind. Probably, maybe that spot was copyrighted something and the creator had to remove it. It's my assumption.
Barbecue.
Bionik kradeska. Ayi Jupiter. Buwate.
Man. This is awesome. This is also awesome. Raven, you're a female. You literally can't have bones. Maybe I'll let the animals eat me. Help them survive. You have bones? Not literally. Dude, look, you can fight if you don't learn. Don't use YouTube tutorials. Yeah, I thought my phone went brr. I also was like, huh? What happened? What happened? What happened?
Just
The weather doesn't stop him from cooking outside on his special stove, even when the temperature drops below -40 degrees. The meat takes on a unique and delicious flavor when cooked in the frosty air, giving it an icy, special taste that the family loves.
Now they not only want me to want to have a family. I'm having a stroke. My bad. Now they're not only wanting to make me want a family. They make me hungry as well. Fuck you. I mean, obviously. Yeah. We want to visit that place. I bet.
Alexander's wife Oksana is also busy preparing dinner with the help of the older girls. They are cooking up a delicious and hearty meal consisting of fish and Yakutian fried pies filled with meat and rice. Unlike other regions, vegetables are very expensive and rare in Yakutia due to the challenging growing conditions. Fruits are also rare in the traditional Yakutian diet. Instead, people often consume frozen berries which are preserved and can be stored for long periods.
Stop this! Is food a love language? Maybe, I don't know. I refuse. Okay, you just broke for a moment, real. Really important question, probably. I don't know.
Dinner is served and the family gathers around the table to enjoy a piping hot soup prepared by loving mom. In Yakutia, it's a cherished tradition to have soup every day, and it not only fills their bellies, but also warms their souls during the cold winter days. As night falls over Yakutsk and temperatures plunge even lower, the Pavlov family nestles into their warm home, safe and secure in each other's company. In the heart of the coldest city on earth, we found a story of warmth, resilience, and the enduring strength of family. Thank you for joining us on this extraordinary journey into the lives of the Pavlov family. Until next time, stay warm and keep the spirits of adventure alive.
All I can say is, I'm jealous. When is it my turn? When is it my turn? Where's my bottle? There's my bottle. Oh man. I have to reload this slide because of Deer's video.
Alright, class, before I...
Teachers When Everyone Bombs the Exam by Lando. Tomorrow is your turn? I don't believe so.
Alright, class, before I pass out the exam results, I just want to say that I am very sorry. For underestimating us? No, not exactly. Why is he locking the door? Oh, I'm getting out of here. Now, I can't
We had a similar situation. We had a similar situation. That wasn't maths. That wasn't maths. It was so bad. Bro came in and already said, this is not gonna end well. Bro was so angry. The teacher was so angry. Dear will make you pregnant. Shut up.
tell if you guys just didn't study or studied the wrong subject entirely. If I added up all your scores together, you guys would still fail this exam. In fact, every single one of you belongs in a horror movie because every decision you made was incorrect. I think the incorrect decision was joining this guy's class. I know, right?
I like that edit.
He's so accurate. So for starters, Scott, I don't know if you had a seizure or took your test during a goddamn earthquake, but reading your answers made me have a seizure and wish I died by an earthquake. Well, that's a little hyperbolic, wouldn't you agree? Shut your stupid mouth. Sucks to be that guy. Oh, shit. And believe it or not, Scott's test was actually the best one, which now brings us to... I really hope he doesn't bring mine up. Kyle! Me sideways. Kyle, your name is the only thing you got right. I don't think you should be allowed outside. Your test score, Kyle, was lower than the temperature of my house. Wait, that doesn't sound too bad. In degrees Celsius. That's actually really bad, actually. Not only do I not have hope for you just as a person, but I no longer have hope for anyone you come into contact with. May God have mercy on your soul. Jeez.
Yeah, you're never spelling secretly correctly. This is not happening. Not on my watch.
God damn. And then last and certainly the least, Lord, you better protect this man, Jake. How you doing, sir? Jake, believe it or not, I actually wanted to congratulate you. Really? What for? Because you managed to get the first negative test score in all of human history. Oh, Wait, is that a good thing? Or? No, I don't think so, man. Jake, you would have been better off handing in a blank test. I would say that you're dumber than a box of rocks, but that would be an insult to the rocks. If this test was a Ninja Warrior competition, your plane crashed before you even left for the event. That
that is real. That is so real. I understand this video.
That's not good. My best recommendation, Jake, would be to remove yourself from this class, hop on a boat, and hopefully crash it into North.
Yes, secretly is correct. You spell it correct now, but before you spell it wrong.
Sentinel Island. Where's that at? The Bahamas? Yeah, dude, check it out. Let me know how it is. All right. All in all, I think the combined brain power of everyone here couldn't turn on a goddamn light bulb. In fact, there's a better chance that it would turn one off. And there's no surgeon on the planet that could heal the brain damage that you have caused me. My hope for you is more lost than the city of Atlantis, and I'd be shocked if I'm still alive by the time you all graduate. I hope you all have a wonderful break. Hey, sir, quick question. Is there gonna be a curve? Yeah, here's your curve. Merry Christmas, you fucking idiots.
That was funny. That was a good one. That was funny. I like that one. Oh no. I got another one to watch. Piss off, you wish you had a secretary. I don't need a secretary. What the fuck you mean? Watch his coffee shops in 2022 be like one next. Because it's all 2 minutes. Fine, I'll do that. Fine.
Hey, well,
you could turn this into nice clips, because they're small. Coffee shops be like, coffee shops in 2024 be like. Let's go. I'm scared. Shit, I don't wish to have a secretary.
Hey, welcome to Random Local Coffee Shop. How can we overcharge the at you today? Yeah, I'd like an $8 latte with only ingredients that cost extra, please. All right, and would you like that with ice so we can get away with giving you less coffee? I'd really appreciate that. Oh, and don't forget to fill half my cup with only whipped cream so it looks like it's full and then tell me to go myself. Don't worry, sir. Go yourself. Hey, boss, we're out of lattes. Did you want something that tastes a lot worse but probably costs more instead? Yeah, sure, as long as it's terrible. Now, did you want to buy any food the size of a Hot Pocket but for 7 times the normal price for some reason? Yeah, I'm gonna eat all my meals at coffee shops now.
I can't relate to this, because, I don't get coffee from coffee shops, so I cannot relate to this.
Since it's so worth it. Great idea, sir. Hey, sorry, but I think you guys gave me the wrong drink. Is your name Jace? No, it's Tim. Then sit that drink down, sit the down, and wait for Tim's drink. Alright, so for your hilarious excuse for a coffee and a breakfast sandwich designed for small children, your total's gonna be $47. Oh, sweet. That was actually cheaper than I thought. Now, did you want a plastic or paper straw with that? Plastic, please. Alright, we're just gonna tack on a murdering Caribbean sea turtles fee. Okay, yeah, no, that's fair. And on top of that, there's gonna be an expensive drink fee and an inflation fee. Wait, shouldn't both of those already be included in the price, though? F you.
Now, that I can relate to, because that not only happens in coffee shops. That happens here in restaurants. React to China's next food scandal, mooncakes by China Insider. Yeah, okay, we can do that.
Excuse me? No, f you. Like, that's why we're doing it. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's fair. And then lastly, you'll need to pay for the delivery fee. Delivery? Wait, you mean for handing me a coffee? Hey, thank God you weren't sitting at a table. That would have cost you a fortune. Yeah, no, lucky me then. Hey, I think you guys gave me the wrong drink again. Set that f***ing drink down, Tim, before I set you on fire. Now, would you like to tip me more money for doing the job that I already get paid to do? Yeah, I was actually waiting for you to come ask me that. Great. Just go ahead and select your tip on the screen while I sit here and awkwardly watch you do it the entire time. All right. Oh, something wrong? No, I was just wondering where the option to go f myself was, but I think I found it. Hey, quick question. Could you tell me what the bathroom code is? Yeah, it's 4567. Okay, cool. Thanks for the dollars. Now, would that be cash or card? All right, coffee for Tim? Oh, No, look, okay, I could have sworn you said Tim already, so just give me a second. All right, and my bank account is now fully in your name. Thank you. And your girly bullshit coffee milkshake will be ready soon, so just wait over there next to that dead guy, and we will mispronounce your name whenever it's ready. Great, looking forward to it. Hey, sorry, but I think you guys might have given me the wrong drink. What? Is your name Jacob?
God, I mix you two up because you two start with a D. I do not care. I make the thumbnails the way I want to, and if you have a problem with that, you can I can set up a complaint bear with like a little box where you can throw in some notes where you can complain. This bitch telling me how to run my channel. You're not my girlfriend, you're not my mom. Fuck off. Yeah, kinda enough. Let's watch the video that this annoying bird wanted me to watch.
What is it?
It's a suggestion? Yeah, and your suggestion sucks. Why orange, also? Just because my hair is orange? Drink some fucking water. Drink some fucking piss. I have tea here, screw you. My mom brought me tea, W mom. Go to fucking sleep. Bitch, I can't! I physically can't! I don't know what broke. Damn, this shit is hard. Yes, you're orange. You are. Not your orange. You're. China's next food scandal. Mooncakes! By China Insider with David Zhang. Let's get into it. I'm scared. Huh? What happened? You physically can knock yourself out in a safe way? There is no safe way. You need to do significant damage to your head. Are you stupid? I mean, yes, you are, but still. Huh? That cake just exploded! Oh, damn. Just imagine eating that. Literally exploding your insides. This is crazy.
That was a mooncake exploding inside the package. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, which actually happened yesterday this year, people enjoy mooncakes made with different fillings like salted egg yolk, nuts, along.
What did they put in? Gunpowder? What the heck? Call Mike Tyson out. Nah, I'm not Jake Paul. I don't beat up old men.
Along with tea while gazing the moon. Except this year, poisonous mooncake became a hot topic in China. People found out that many brands used a toxic preservative called sodium dihydroacetate, which long-term use causes harm to the body and organs. And this chemical allows some mooncakes to be stored up to 3 years before going bad. That's a very abnormally long time. This video is a man who left his half-eaten mooncake and the ants came to enjoy it. The next day, he finds them all ended on the floor.
Oh, literal pesticide. That is crazy. Where can I cancel the video because he is a bully? You're bullying me. Are you saying you can knock him out? Probably not. I said I don't beat up old people. But where can I get this anti-ant delicacy? Well, China, obviously, but where exactly?
And he says that he had such a bad heartburn afterwards, eating it, And it turns out the mooncake works better than insecticides.
我吃了烧心半天，我说昨天怎么那么烧心呢？还在吃，还在吃，这吃完了。
Honestly, it's not a good sign if dogs won't eat it.
大山啊，平靜啊，及百隻都啊笑哦。中啊，十點啊，大啊，明啊，黃啊，十點啊。
The dog said, nah, I'm good. Look behind you. Look inside your head. Emptiness. Nothing.
Their noses are great at detecting bad stuff. Interesting. Even dogs wouldn't eat this stuff, and yet they're selling it to humans.
As you're watching this video, I'm actually eating a mooncake right now.
Don't! You're gonna explode! Don't do that. You shall be nuked.
Yeah, good. Wish me luck.
Remember, there was this fresh mooncake made of meat that had a tooth in it.
今天这个3亩的这个鲜肉月饼。
Ooh! Yeah, this might be on the same level as Indian street food. Just saying.
刚刚家里人吃了，看到吃了个什么？
Or you might end up finding live bugs inside the mooncakes.
不是，
普通人都是一口吃下去的。
你看你。
Yeah, that's just additional protein. I see no issue with that. Off topic, mooncakes look so good. If you want to eat one with bugs, here we have it.
打电话给公司去。不是打电话给公司，现在我们这个吃了你怎么办？多动你看。
It's moving!
So the question is, I don't really know what it is. Do they not care about hygiene? Or is it just that they use a load of chemicals and preservatives to get rid of the bugs, but instead at the cost of poisoning the population? I don't know. Or
Indian street food kind of good. Look kind of good in videos. Yeah, it looks good. You still shouldn't eat it though. Except if you want to have diarrhea. Self-destruct in food form. No normal ones. I haven't seen any normal ones yet. Maybe the one that he ate.
Or it's a screw.
Huh? There's a fucking screw in this! They're gonna build human Terminators with this. Make it yourself, I mean. Is this a trend now that you're doing it the same thing that Deer does, where like you send one half of a sentence and then the other half?
这个月饼是我一个朋友送给我的，广东的哪里的，想吃掰开就看成这样，发现了就后来就没人吃了。我现在跟我朋友说了，他是跟他联系。
Or it's made with cotton-like ingredients.
组成的，为什么消化不了？好，我们看看啊。好，它这个就洗不掉了，这个就是肉松出来了。我们看看这个肉松是什么东西？你看看这是什么东西？
What the fuck?
全部是棉花。
That's supposed to be meat fillings or some other fillings, who knows? It's a double standard issue for sure. Okay, take a look at this picture here. So this is a special mooncake made in the hall.
I write how I want to. And I'll make thumbnails how I want to. How about that?
Hall of People's Congress, which is supposed to be for Chinese Communist Party officials. And of course it doesn't contain any foul ingredients like those on the regular markets. So you got the version, the healthy version for the elites, and then you have the poisonous regular version for the other regular people. Now, poisonous food is no stranger to Chinese people. That's a given. But the fact is, this time, what makes it such a big topic is that it's a mixture of poisonous, ingredients, a mixture of jacked up prices, and there's even a celebrity endorsement gone bad. And that has this entire mid-autumn festival period, shall I say, feeling extra moody. I don't know how good that is, but it's supposed to be a pun because, moody, everybody's feeling emotional about the...
You don't explain a pun. How dare you? That makes it less funny. We had a conversation that people can't take criticism. Interesting. I'm like them. I don't care. Also, you saying that I can't take criticism in this case, yet you can't either. You have free will? No, nobody has free will. We're slaves of the algorithm.
Mooncakes and watching the moon, so Moondi. Anyways, sodium dihydroacetate will be banned in China starting in 2025. But that means until then...
So until then, they can make the pesticide cakes. Or even in this case, I confirmed.
It's still fair games for these producers to make a lot of mooncakes with this preservative in it. Now, many brands were found to contain this. According to this photo here, which again, it's the same mooncake, but they made it for the CCP officials, it can last for 40 days before expiring. So it's not like they have to use this preservative to do what is necessary, right? Since it's a festival food, technically you can make it and, sell it for that short amount of time. But, because obviously if those go bad, you lose money on them. And who cares about food safety? You get this current condition. And yep, they use that preservative instead. And it can last you 3 years. So most production facilities say, why not? Now, I also found funny mooncake videos as I was researching this video today. These students got them from the school administrators as a gift for Mid-Autumn Festival.
I guess they're trying population control with food. Seems like it. But they have an underpopulation because they have way too many old people. They need new children. So they would actually need to sell these to old people? Dude, I'm gonna throw that at someone. Rock hard food. Dude, that is crazy. I'm gonna throw it at someone. I see no issue. What the fuck? Can India join in? Sure. What the This is a weapon of mass destruction. That's the sound I was making when I couldn't get in the house. Let me in! Let me in! There's no... Wait. Dude! Put that in a tank! You can wipe out, I don't know, Johnny Somali with that. What the fuck are these? Oh my god! Wow, this is bulletproof. You can make an arm out of that. Use that in cars.
Prior to this year's Autumn Festival, some reported that the sales for mooncakes had declined. September, which obviously is like the peak time people buying mooncake, saw a dramatic decline in the market. A sales manager made a video. He works at a mooncake factory in Shenzhen. He says in previous years, the half month before the festival was the peak sales period and business was the hottest. And then he says that they shipped goods in the early morning, but this year the number of orders significantly decreased. Now, some of the mooncake factories have also started to work only 3 days a week and rest for 1 day because there's a lack of orders. I bet it doesn't help many of these brands now that they found this toxic preservative inside of it. Now, along with this is a celebrity mooncake selling scandal. A famous Hong Kong actor...
Jeez, what the fuck is that made of? I don't know. Literal, like, I don't know, diamond with, unbreakable, 3 enchantment. Fucking Nokia! Let's make military armor from this. True. Fucking Nokia, that is crazy. Everyone would survive.
Eric Tang, who often plays the big bad guy in movies like Infernal Affairs, he was live streaming with this streamer selling a so-called Hong Kong brand mooncakes. Mei Chen mooncakes on stream was being branded as a Hong Kong domestic brand. Later, however, people discovered that it was only in name, that it was registered as a brand in Hong Kong, but the actual production site is back in mainland China in Guangzhou and Fuzhou. Even though they're close to Hong Kong, they're not technically made in Hong Kong. And the live stream even jacked up the price per box from 59 yuan per box, which is actually the price you can find somewhere else, like on Taobao or the Chinese Amazon. They jacked it up to 169 yuan per box in the live broadcast room. That's almost 3 times the price. And when the story...
Who would buy that? Who would buy that? Especially with the way these cakes are made. To be, first of all, either poisonous, with extra protein, extra metal, or unbreakable.
It broke, the factory in Guangzhou quickly removed their logo in the building and the name in front of the compound. Later, Eric Tan was even asked about the scandal at the red carpet event for Miss Hong Kong, and he just passes the mic back. Watch.
Raven would buy that, real. Just to kill us. That's what she would do. Throw it at our heads.
So the entire story is just messed up because the ban on this preservative doesn't go into effect until next year, and which means for how many decades have people been putting this stuff into mooncakes? And so every single year during this time, people consume the amount of mooncakes that they do and have been slowly poisoned. Makes me really wonder, you know, how and why there are certain types of cancer.
To peck on it. True. To peck on it. Real. I could see her doing that.
So prominent in China. Well, not only because there's these toxic mooncakes, but that same time.
Actually, is that why she looks like the way she does? You know, the fat raven that you sent me? Yeah, I can replace my bombs with... You have bombs? Yeah, I'm calling your government.
Type of preservative can actually be put into other stuff as well. It's just that it happens to be on the label of mooncakes. And of course, not just that, right? Anything that doesn't expire within a few weeks is quite questionable. Unless, of course, they've been canned.
Yes. Oh, I can't even laugh that much anymore. My abs are hurting.
Or properly preserved things like kimchi or sauerkraut or pickles, right? Speaking of sauerkraut, in China it probably contains the same toxic preservative that they use for the mooncake in other types of pickling or preserved sort of products too.
I'm skinny, you fucks. I'm not a fat bird. We have evidence. We have proof. As a raven, I do. As a human, no. I have evidence to prove otherwise. I'm just kidding.
Too. And remember last year I did this video about pre-prepared dishes in China. Basically the idea is that you have a meal ready to eat. You just heat it up. But this is sort of like the restaurant scale. So what happened is, in order to save time, a lot of restaurants in China, when you go order the takeout, the chef just heats up the pre-prepared dish rather than actually cooking it from scratch. Now, it was a big scandal because school cafeteria would serve it to students, and these are obviously loaded with preservatives too, which means parents started to pack their own lunch for the kids to eat at school. And we even had a video which...
Look at my profile picture, what's in my grasp. Okay.
this man, he works for this type of food, come out to say that kids should not be eating this stuff. You can check it out. I'll link the video here. But the problem is, we find mooncakes to have this toxic chemical in it today. Yesterday it was some other things, but we always end up in the cycle of finding something that's wrong with the food safety in China, and it just doesn't seem to end. So should we all just kind of, stop eating? I don't know. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Do you think this is a really serious issue?
Very simple. Chinese food appears to be toxic. Just don't. I mean, stopping to eat is probably not going to solve the issue, right? So, nothing new here, I guess. Nothing new here. Now I still want to watch one of my videos. Are dating apps pay to win by Zachary Smigel? This was uploaded 11 days ago. Let's get into it. I'm curious. Are they? We'll see.
So I did something crazy. I swiped over 139,000 times across multiple dating apps like...
Fun fact here. The average to get for the average amount a man has to swipe on dating apps to get a date, to get a coffee date, is 2,000 times. I see where you like this video. Yeah, I'm curious. I don't use them anymore, especially not Tinder because I got banned, but that's besides the point. Yeah. It's not worth it. 2,000 swipes. So maybe like every 3 months, maybe every 5 to 4 months, maybe even. Because this is the average.
Hinge, Bumble, and Tinder, the 3 layers of hell, and dug through my dating
The 3 layers of hell. Real. Absolute real.
history data to find out, are dating apps pay to win? Wouldn't you like to know? Honestly, so would I. But why? Well, besides the need to find love,
I see only loneliness. Yeah. Yeah. This completely, just speed up. Swipes. You have a limited amount of swipes. Are you aware of that?
let's be real, we should probably take a closer look at these dating apps.
If you don't pay, if you get like Tinder, was it Tinder Unlimited? You can like swipe infinitely, but cost like 500 euros. We don't do that.
Use of these apps have skyrocketed in recent years. Their prices are surging to outrageous levels, and some of these platforms are even facing serious lawsuits. So we need to find out, do dating apps actually help you find love, or are they just clever schemes to empty your wallet? Which app, if any, gives you the best bang for your buck? And why?
They just make you depressed. Do I look like I use dating apps? No, you don't. First of all, you're a minor, so you're not even allowed on there. Second of all, you're a woman, you don't need to do that. It's mostly men using these apps, that's just the harsh truth.
Why does finding love feel more challenging than ever, despite all this new technology promising to make it easier? The answers to all of this and more. So whether you're single, have a single friend who annoys you, or just want to watch a nice video before bed, tuck yourself in, get comfortable, because this is a story about love, money, and the sexiest thing on earth, data. Data. Data. For thousands of years, humans have been searching for one thing: love. Love for most is what gets you up in the morning. It's what saves you in your darkest times, and it's what motivates you to become a better person. It's sparked peace, it's ignited wars, and no matter who you are, you've likely been affected by love or lack thereof.
I wish I wasn't. I genuinely wish I wasn't. I am genuinely at a point where I am asking the question, how do you kill the desire to want love?
Often said love and compound interests are the two most powerful things in the universe, and that's probably why it's sought after so much. True, real, pure love is life-altering. It's so profound it's almost impossible to put into words. And humanity has always tried to make sense of it, solve its mystery, and find a way to make it happen.
No, my motivations are my goals. Great for you. I literally have... It is not motivation what drives me. It is not motivation anymore. It hasn't been for a long time. Because my goal was to have a family. But that can't motivate you.
For most of human existence, finding love meant meeting someone face to face, whether through work, school, or even at the club. But as our world evolved, so did the way we search for connection. Enter the internet, and with it an entirely new chapter.
Make goals, but nothing is worth having. I attribute nothing to, like, money, a career. These things are not worth to me anything. Present a high-paying job, like the best career ever that I would love, and on the other side a family, and I will always choose the family. Always.
In the story of dating. Modern dating. With online messaging, email, and social media, suddenly you could shoot your shot with almost anyone, anywhere. Recognizing the potential of this new frontier, platforms like Match.com and
You could do that, but the success rates between men and women are vastly different. If a woman would shoot her shot, she succeeds maybe like 95% of the time. When I shoot my shot, we are currently at a 0% success rate.
and eHarmony launched, focusing on fostering genuine connections over the web. And before long, a significant portion of dating moved online. But the real revolution came with fast-paced, swipe-happy apps like Hot or Not, Tinder, Grindr, Bumble, and Hinge. These apps did
Hot or Not? I've never heard of that one before. That one is new. That sounds like a hookup app, though. I mean, they all are, but still.
Didn't just move dating online, they gamified it, creating a new kind of instant, addictive experience. Soon they inspired—
This is not addictive. This makes you only depressed. Gives you depression. It gives you depression, body dysmorphia, a sense of isolation and loneliness. Because like you swipe at these, you look through the profiles, and it's like, no. No! Because I'm like the exception, right? Most men swipe everything right. I'm not most men. I swipe almost everything left.
hundreds of spin-offs tailored to every niche. Farmers only, Christian mingle, gluten-free singles, you name it. Now there's dating apps.
Gluten-free singles! Okay, bro. Grindr is for gay men. I don't know if it's for gay women as well, but I can't tell. Hinge, fucking Badoo, I know that one. Tinder, know that one. OkCupid, I know that one. The other ones, I've got no idea. Coffee meets bagel, what the fuck? Heard or not, why would people want to download that? Sounds horrible. It does.
Apps for pretty much everyone, even the rich people that hate the poors. And now finding love and experiencing modern dating has gotten a bit out of control. Traditional romance feels outdated, no pun intended. Society has increasingly nudged singles towards these platforms. With the decline of community spaces or third places like cafes, local hangouts where people once naturally met, it's getting harder to meet people. With the rise of remote work,
it's not just getting harder to meet people. You can go, like, coffees, like, cafes are empty. The only third spaces that are not empty are bars and clubs. you wouldn't be able to find somebody you could call your wife in there. Everything else is empty as fuck. Like, really. Here in Germany, there are no third spaces besides clubs and bars.
Social media, and online networking, the majority of our interactions now happen through screens, making dating apps the next logical step for connecting. And generally speaking, this new era presents us with a lot of opportunities. You can meet people you might not have ever met before. And if you truly are gluten-free and want to meet somebody like you now have that option to meet that specific person. Most popular dating apps let you filter out things like whether someone wants to have kids, is religious, or is pet friendly. And for some, that's a dream come true. For those looking for love, or maybe even a hookup, this can save you a massive amount of time. But as with everything, commercialization happens. Apps like Tinder, Bumble, and Hinge are no longer about connecting people. They're businesses driven by making money. These apps are filled with premium features that make you feel like paying for a subscription will boost your chances of finding love. Whether it's more profile visibility, unlimited swipes, or extra super
Unlimited swipes, real. This shit is it can be so expensive. Never paid for it, never will. I don't know, coffee places are usually pretty okay, number of people. They are empty here. Like, actually empty. Like, you could go inside, like, any coffee place, for example, nearby. And the only people you see is, they enter the coffee place, they leave. Pretty much. These places are empty. Hookups are for weak people, in my opinion. People that have no control. Real. True.
likes, these features promise shortcuts to more matches, love, or even getting it on. Now sure, these are businesses and they need to make money, but the cost has gone bonkers. Inflation has somehow hit dating apps, with subscription prices rising exceptionally high. To see who likes you on Tinder, it costs $40 a month. Bumble Premium is $40 a month. Hinge X is $50 a month. And it gets even crazier. Tinder rolled out a $500 a month subscription, and now it seems impossible to use many of these apps without opening your wallet. This subject has brewed so much controversy, a class action lawsuit in the US was launched earlier this year, claiming that dating apps like Tinder and Hinge are designed to addict users rather than help them establish relationships, and are even predatory. The plaintiff said that Match, the owner of these apps and many others, defrauds those looking for love, and their algorithm rewards compulsive use on their platforms, therefore forcing the average user to pay hundreds of dollars.
It's not the average user. What the fuck? Why would you pay for that shit? Because you get desperate men who pay for it. Because you don't get any matches. Like I said, a date for the average man results after around about 2,000 likes. It's desperation. Which is why you don't get it. I've never paid for this, but I do understand why you would pay for it if you are that desperate.
A year for these subscriptions. Match Group said, quote, "This lawsuit is ridiculous and has zero merit." Now, I'm not one to make assumptions, and with this lawsuit going on, loneliness skyrocketing, and me being single, I thought this would be a perfect opportunity to look into this. Is this really the key to connection, or just some cash grab? Well, luckily, I'm here, a man who puts his life, body, and soul on the line for things he cares about, a man committed to finding love, a man who's got so much affection it hurts, a man who... Alright, relax, buddy. To find out if dating apps was really worth it, my plan was simple. I needed to use these apps a lot, track my experience, and find as much data as I could to give you all enough information to make an informed decision. A lot of people don't realize that you can actually request your data from these dating apps, and you could find out how many people liked you, swiped, how many people you matched with, and more. With this data, my personal experiences, and a few extra steps, we can actually get some real answers about these dating apps. But before we get into my research and break down each app and my findings, I have to talk to you about something incredibly important: smelling good. As many of you know, years ago I worked in retail where I sold fragrances. No joke, I have nearly 4 years of experience in perfume.
Heckin' fragrance ad? This is wild. It's called going out. I've actually asked someone out in real life. Sure, it has anxiety, but it's not impossible. Just speedrun talking to people. The thing is that this is easy to say for you as a woman because it's less likely for you to get rejected. But when people laugh at you, or because you appear very, what's the word? Shy, reject you because of that, it crushes you. I have been rejected more than you ever will. And many men have been rejected more than you ever will. You're making this way easier than it actually is. Because doing it too often times eventually starts to build resentment. But you don't want to resent women because of that. It builds resentment. It is annoying. Do you get that? You have gotten rejected, yeah, but you will never be the rejections won't be near on the level that the shit I have seen. Nowhere near. I'm sorry to break that to you. Nowhere near.
Now back to it. Now a few quick notes if this wasn't already clear. This data is raw. It's from the depths of modern dating hell. I'm saying this because I was on these apps not just for the bit. To me, that would be a bit psychotic if I purposely swiped.
Why will you build resentment? If I slap you every single time, every single day, for hundreds of days, you will eventually start to hate me. Some people will just not be interested. It is what it is. It still builds resentment because usually the guy has to initiate.
On thousands of people for a video. I only thought of making this video and looking into my dating history and the data and analyzing it a few months ago. I've gone on real dates, made real friends, and all of it has been pretty genuine. The point I'm making is that this experience is pretty much as real as it's gonna get. I also want to emphasize this is only one piece of the puzzle. I'm one person living in Western Pennsylvania. Now I do travel as much as I can, but my experience on dating apps where I live may be different from someone who lives in a place like Salt Lake City or Paris.
Sure, if someone does something bad, I will be mad at one person, not every man I see. But if it is over and over and over, if you have 5 rejections in a row, that's fine. If you have 10 rejections in a row, that's fine. Maybe if you have 20 rejections in a row, that's fine. When you have 40 or 50 rejections in a row, you will start to question things, whether you like it or not. Tomboy girlfriends are the real one. I have never seen a tomboy girl IRL. I think one would fall into that category.
Plus, I'm a guy, I'm not a female, so I'm only offering 50% of the story. What might be great for me on these apps might not be great for other people in other cities or females. Now with all that out of the way, let's get into the apps and my findings. Insert door hinge joke here. Okay, for those of you who don't know, Hinge markets itself as designed to be deleted. The app claims to focus on more meaningful connections rather than casual swiping. Unlike Tinder and Bumble, Hinge uses prompts to encourage deeper interactions and compatibility. Over the years, Hinge has given us some iconic memes, so here's a couple. Bang. For many, especially...
That's Joe Biden. They look amazing. The ones that got wolf cut. Okay.
People around my age, Hinge seemingly is the dating app of choice for actual relationships. If Tinder is like diving into a shark tank, Hinge is more like wading through jellyfish. There's still a chance you'll get your heart broken and even die, but at least you're in slightly safer waters. Hinge has 3 versions. The free version, Hinge Plus at $30 a month, and Hinge X at $50 a month. Hinge caps you out on how many likes you have to access a day. So in order to have full access to Hinge, you have to pay. Premium plans let you see the full list of people who like you, offer priority likes, unlimited daily likes, and give access to additional dating preferences. Now, it's worth noting the highest tier, Hinge X, claims you're likely to get 3 times as more dates with this plan. Now, in my research, I couldn't find where they got this number, but I'm sure they have some internal data that
My experience with Hinge were mid. I didn't use it for that long. I think I used it for like 3 months altogether. Because I jumped on that way later than most people. It didn't yield that many results. I don't think it yielded any results at all. I think I got like 2 matches and that's it.
It shows that.
And both of them, after getting the match, immediately unmatched me. So there's that.
This might be true. Still, I think it would be nice if the data was public and a little bit more accessible for people, because let's be honest, it's a pretty bold claim. 3 times more dates, that's a lot. There's a long-standing theory that Hinge uses an ELO system, meaning the more likes and matches you get, the more likely your profile is going to be shown to others, creating a feedback loop of visibility. Similarly, fewer likes may mean fewer appearances. Getting matches from people with high ELO supposedly boosts a, quote, desirability score.
So if you're ugly as shit, it is GG.
Landing you in Hinge's preferred user section. So this 3 times more dates statement kinda implies Hinge X boosts these apparent desirability scores. However, Hinge denies all of this, stating in many articles that no such system exists. Of course, all these theories could be coincidental or even self-serving bias, where we'd rather believe that an algorithm or AI is to blame than accept that maybe we're just not getting the likes that we hoped for, and instead blame external factors. No matter where you stand on the issue, it's still incredibly important to stay informed and dig into the facts. Hinge's.
Yeah, I'm blaming external factors. That's why I'm saying it's not the apps, it's not the women, because that's how you don't build resentment towards women, when you say, it is me, I'm the problem. That's how I handle that. It's me, I am responsible for that, nobody else.
Push towards premium subscriptions is reason enough to look closely. So let's break it down. As I mentioned before, you can get your data from Hinge and these dating apps after just a few steps, and we could use this to establish a baseline. I have to give Hinge credit as they were the quickest to get my data out of all 3 of these apps. I requested it and received it in less than 72 hours. When it comes to analyzing my swiping and match history, I used a website that breaks down your data into cold, hard numbers, and the results were enlightening. Over the course of my time on the app, a little over a year and a half, I sent out a total of
actually it's me. Yeah, but that's how I treat it. I talk to a lady, she rejects me. I'm not going it's her. I'm saying it's me. I'm the problem. I wasn't good enough. And move on.
1,936 likes and received 90 matches. Of those 90 matches, 84 came from people I liked first, meaning 4.34% of the likes that I sent turned into matches. The remaining 6 matches were from people who liked.
So bro paid. Interesting. That is the paid result.
Me first. Unfortunately, this data doesn't tell us how many total likes I received, just the likes that led to matches, which again was 6. If I had to ballpark, I'd say it was probably a couple.
Total matches 90. Matches like sent 84. Likes received 6.
100, but who knows? Still, the data that they gave us reveals some incredibly interesting takeaways. First, the vast majority of matches, over 93%, required me to take the initiative. While Hinge does encourage mutual interaction, the numbers show that you're likely to see better results by actually swiping, rather than waiting for someone to like you. The fact that only 6 out of all my interactions liked me and led to matches highlights how selective this process is, and possibly how tough it can be to stand out on these apps. To me, after seeing these numbers, it's making me think that maybe using these apps isn't the most efficient way to connect with people, but more on that later.
Could you look at it like you were just not compatible? That's how I see it. You can see it that way, but it doesn't make sense, because when it's the first interaction, you do not even know that. Right? So it is only based of looks. So it does mean you don't even get the chance to do anything, right? So like, something is wrong with the way I look. But I dress completely normally, so it has to be the face. Hit me with a door so I look like handsome Squidward.
With a baseline in place, I decided to subscribe to Hinge X, the $50 premium version. I wanted to see if this premium version actually delivers on that promise of getting 3 times as many dates, or if there's any real benefit for paying for this app. I had never subscribed to the service before, so I had no idea what to expect. But for over a week, every day, I would swipe on 10 to 20 people to see if I could get matches, data, and information to compare. During this period, I sent out 105 likes. From those, I only got 1 match, a success rate of just 0.95%.
Damn. You bro paid 50 bucks and got 1 like in 100.
And yikes, less than 1%. I was also liked by 7 people, which is higher than usual for me. Unfortunately, none of those likes turned into matches. I even sent 1 super like, or rose, and received 1 as well, but neither led to a match. So what did I actually find? Well, with Hinge X, it was pretty clear to me that Hinge was pushing my profile more. I consistently received at least 1 like a day, compared to the free version where I would likely get like 1 to 2 a week, if that. That said, even with the increased visibility, the ability to convert those likes into matches just weren't there. I also might have skewed my premium results by liking that many people a day. According to previous data, I swiped over 1,900 times over 500-ish days. That would be an average of around 3.59 swipes a day, but I just wanted to get the most out of the premium service, so I swiped a lot more. But just so you know, if I swiped 3.59 times a day, assuming the results were the same, I still would have had a success rate of around 3%, which is a lower percentage than my experience with the free version. So while Hinge X may seem appealing, I believe the results don't necessarily justify the cost. If anything, they highlight that these apps often overpromise.
Yeah, and consider this. The way I see it, he seems to be in the United States, or possibly, I don't know, that already screws up, like, for some places the numbers, because the more rural it gets, the more useless these apps get, because there's less people.
While under-delivering. But that's just Hinge. Let's talk about another app. Next up is Bumble, the app that flipped traditional swiping on its head. The idea was simple. Bumble put control in women's hands, making it the first major dating app where only women can start the conversation after a match. The simple twist made Bumble stand out, appealing to women who wanted a fresh approach to on.
Didn't Bumble said they wanted to change the system because women aren't swiping? I remember something like that. I could be wrong, but I remember something like this happening.
Online dating, especially those tired of unsolicited messages and awkward opening lines. What's crazy about Bumble is that recently they've also had a slew of controversy. Remember about 24 seconds ago where I said Bumble put the control in women's hands? Well, that's not exactly the case anymore. A couple years ago, Bumble launched a feature called Compliments, which allowed users, men included, to send a note before they decide to connect, which kind of defeats that original idea, doesn't it? You might be thinking, why would they do that? that? Oh right, money. Initially, you'd get a few compliments for free. Then they limited that and started charging people a ton to compliment others. It seems like the company got pushed back a lot on this because I could not find a way to purchase compliments. In fact, it gave me no option to do so, but there was still an option to send them, just not buy. So if I'm reading between the lines, I believe they're quietly removing this feature, but don't worry, Bumble is still trying to make money in other ways. Like Hinge, they have a premium plan. Their plan includes the ability to see who liked you, unlimited likes, super swipes, and free boosts. Interestingly, the prices of this plan vary a lot. According to some, Bumble prices depend on regions, age, sex, and more. Now, I don't know if this is entirely true, but when I purchased, it was a different price than what it is right now, and even some articles and Reddit users all have different sets of prices. They could just be constantly changing their prices.
Is it skill-based matchmaking? They look at your photos and say, yeah, we're gonna charge you less. Cause like, you look better, but they're gonna charge you more because you look worse. Is it skill-based matchmaking?
But who knows? So I can't tell you the exact current price for everybody, but I can tell you how much I spent and if it was worth the bang for your buck. So how much did I spend? $250.
Bruh. Okay, $250. Oh my god! Hope you made them back through this video, bro, because if not, you're screwed.
You absolutely suck! I know, ridiculous, but I got a lifetime subscription to Bumble. And when I purchased this, I calculated that if I was single for more than a year, it would essentially pay for itself. So who's laughing now? You absolutely suck, jackass! Because of this, I have a lot of experience with Bumble Premium. However, we ran into a slight problem. Bumble is taking forever to provide me with my data. Hinge, and you'll see later Tinder, just took a few days to get me my data, and I've been waiting weeks for Bumble. So we're gonna circle back to the-
Oh my god. So no data, that's interesting. 250, yes. Mm-hmm. Lifetime.
This hopefully in a few days.
Hi, I'm Ken Swizzle.
Smelling data.
Ever need a time machine?
Data.
It's a
So
real
I did
time
something
machine.
crazy.
Oh,
Who's laughing
time
now?
machine.
Okay, me from the future here. After 20 days, Bumble has finally sent me my data. I don't know why it took that long, but we finally have it, so let's dig into the numbers. So during my time on Bumble, I swiped a total of 58,584 times, saying yes to 21,857 people, and no to 36,727 people. On the flip side, 373 people swiped yes on me, while
Oh my god! Wow! Wow! That's wild! That is wild! Damn!
15,238 swiped no. Ouch. That means that just 2.39% of people who encountered my profile chose to swipe right. Also, according to Bumble's data,
Oh! That is 7 matches. That is 7 matches? We'll pay $250 for 7 matches! Wow!
I've only had 7 matches, but that seems to be incorrect because I currently have 26 matches in the system right now, and I'm confident that over the time I've used Bumble, I've had significantly more. Hypothetically though, if we use that 26 as a number to find my overall match rate, my overall match rate would just be 0.0.
Bro, it's shiny hunting! Bro, it is literally shiny hunting! That is crazy! That's just so sad. I can see why people feel worse after using them. Bro got 26 matches after 58,000 swipes. 0.044% is crazy. That is insane.
0.44%, of all the swipes I made, a shockingly low number. Without a question, Bumble has been the least successful dating app for me compared to others. Now, having said that and seeing that low percentage point, you might think, what's the point? Well, I really don't think that these numbers paint the whole picture for Bumble. I've had a lot of quality conversations, connections, dates, friendships come from Bumble. So even though the numbers aren't necessarily on my side in this equation, I definitely do think that I've gotten my fair share of use out of it, and I've had some really good connections. No.
Still, don't make this don't make this nicer than it actually is. That is still a horrendous number. That is still a horrendous percentage number. I am better off, I don't know, maybe not playing lottery, but maybe like, I don't know, some other gambling stuff. I think the only worst thing that I can think of is pulling an ultra character from Dragon Ball Legends, which is like a 0.035 percentage.
Unfortunately, Bumble doesn't provide as much detailed data as other apps like Hinge and Tinder, so I can't really establish a clear baseline to compare my results before upgrading to premium. That said, I can confidently say I've experienced more success with Bumble Premium than without it. Despite my overall low results, I pretty much always noticed a significant spike in likes whenever I used my weekly boost included with Premium. In fact, if I had to put a number on it, around 90% of my likes during my time with Premium came directly from that weekly boost. With all that being said, Bumble Premium feels a lot like Hinge X to me. You do get an increase in visibility, though I'm not sure that that increase is significant enough to justify.
He copes, I'm sorry, but for 250, you better give me an actual husband. Well, for 250, if you paid as a woman, you would probably get a lot of matches. Not as a dude.
The cost. However, I do think that it's really nice that Bumble offers that one-time purchase to own it outright. If you're projecting you're gonna be single for a bit, or maybe you just wanna like play the field for the time being, then that one-time purchase is definitely an easier pill to swallow than shelling out a monthly fee. But that's everything about Bumble. Let's try another app. Tinder is by far...
I can no longer use it. I am banned from making too many accounts back to back.
Are the largest and most popular dating app, and to me, the most interesting to research. Tinder has 4/5 tiers: free, plus, gold, platinum, and select. Free is free, the app has ads, you get capped out on how many times you can swipe, you can't see who swiped you, have limited preferences you can select, and is the basic version of Tinder. Now after that, it gets a little complicated. Essentially, plus lets you swipe an unlimited amount of times, gold lets you see who swiped you, platinum does all that, gives you free boost, priority likes, and more. Finally, Tinder Select is that $500 a month plan that is absolutely insane. It's invite only, plus you have to fill out an application to get approved after the invite. Now, Tinder does claim that this package offers users perks beyond those granted to the average swiper, but I'm sorry, unless this plan comes with a guarantee that modern baseball will get back together, I'm never paying $500 a month for a dating app.
No.
God damn it. So I'm...
No! You are not doing that. You are not doing that. You're not paying $500 a month. You will not do that. Please don't.
I'm not kidding. I actually had Tinder reach out to me this summer and invited me to Tinder Select, and for science, I went ahead and tried to see if I can get approved. I wanted to see if I could just get approved. Honestly, I never intended to pay $500 a month for it, but I wanted to have that ability in my pocket as I was in the early stages of ideation for this video. So I had to apply, and I actually got approved. Now, interestingly, I never realized I received this email.
Okay, I will do that. No, don't do that. 500? Yep.
Until I sat down and started working on this video. And now, unfortunately, when I went to use my approval and try out this ridiculous subscription, they said they were no longer accepting applications.
He's safe! He's safe! He escaped!
So I guess I missed out. But don't worry, I have a lot of other data on Tinder's most popular subscriptions. Back in the day, me and my single frugal peers would use this one trick that Tinder hated. Essentially, Tinder would offer Tinder Gold for a massive discount for the first month, something like 50% off. So instead of paying $40 to see who liked your profile, you could just pay $20. What I and many others would do is subscribe to this and then instantly cancel. Tinder would then send you the same offer couple days later. So essentially you can get access to real full Tinder at a 50% discount if you were on the ball. For those rolling their eyes, come on, paying full price for dating apps in this economy? Ridiculous. Anyways, over the last year or so, I and many others have done this on and off until Tinder seemingly caught on and changed.
5 heads. They caught them eventually.
The deal to Tinder Platinum. So you still get a discount, but now you're spending an extra $5 and you get Platinum instead of Gold. Now, originally this annoyed me, but this is actually where I got the idea for this video. With Tinder adjusting their discounted package, I now have a boatload of data of me using Tinder Gold, Platinum, and the free version. Take that, Tinder. So I asked for my data. It only took a few days to get, and to analyze it, I used a website called Swipe Stats, and the findings were pretty fascinating. In January and February, I used free Tinder and averaged 3 matches a month. From March to May, I upgraded to Tinder Gold, which bumped—
That's more than I get a month. That's more than I got every month. But this area is also pretty much this bitch empty. That's crazy.
my average to 4.6 matches a month. Then, from June to October, I subscribed to Tinder Platinum and saw a significant jump, averaging 14.6 matches a month. Statistically, Tinder Platinum actually got me more matches, like a lot more matches, and this really shocked me. Now, looking at the rest of my data, because I've been on Tinder for a while, I also saw some other interesting things. 2 Julys ago, I experienced a similar surge in matches, but it still didn't compare to the recent spike during my Platinum subscription. Another intriguing detail is that even though I had more matches during this Platinum period, I swiped on fewer people overall. Was Tinder showing me better quality matches because I was paying for Platinum? Maybe. I can't say for certain, but the data is definitely interesting to see. Now, for the sake of transparency, there were a few days during those months where I didn't have an active premium subscription. I would occasionally cancel and wait for them to offer that discount, but this was only like 2 or 4 days at a time, so I still got 95% of the month in with a premium subscription. And honestly, I think that's enough data to find a good representation of if these subscriptions are actually worth it or not. Additionally, in January and February, I did use a gold pass for 7 days, which essentially just let me look at who liked me during that time, but predominantly during that time, it was all Tinder free. Another thing I noticed during my time on Tinder was the number of matches I got from bots or people promoting their side hustles.
Real. There's so many women that do that on there. So many. There's so many.
At first glance, it may seem obvious if you carefully examine a profile, but let's be real, we've all been there. You're in the middle of a swiping session, you see someone attractive, and you just swipe without thinking too much into it. Then a few days later, you get a match, only to realize it's not a real person. Also, I have no problem with people that do those side hustles. I just think it's a little bit unethical to promote that on Tinder, where people are trying to find relationships or actual—
Also, I know for some it's not a side hustle, it's a legitimate career. No, it's not. Those are prostitutes.
Hookups. Just saying. This happened to me so many times, no matter which level of Tinder I was using. It's also worth noting that both Tinder Platinum and Gold included 1 free monthly boost. And honestly, that's when I got a majority of my likes and matches. For example, just the other day in preparation for this video, I used a boost and got 14 likes in a single session. These boosts really skew the results, which does raise the question, is it better to just buy boosts instead of a subscription? Regular boosts might actually be a decent investment if you use them strategically during peak activity times. Buying 5 boosts for $34.99 might deliver more value than paying full price for Platinum, but that's just one piece of the puzzle. So what are my overall conclusions about paying for these apps and these premium services? Are dating apps pay to win? Well, I'd say sort of. I wish I could tell you that the free versions of these apps are just as effective as the premium versions, but they're not. In most cases, Hinge, Bumble, and Tinder, I did notice better results with a premium subscription.
Simply put, they are pay to win. He's coping. They are pay to win.
Sometimes it would be more likes, sometimes it would be more matches, sometimes it was just an overall better user experience. However, I still don't think the premium subscriptions for any of these apps are truly worth the price tag. So let me be clear, this is far from an endorsement for any of these premium service dating apps. If anything, it's the opposite. These apps are expensive, and frankly, they overpromise on a lot. It's clear that many of these algorithms are designed more to get you to keep paying than actually help you find matches. So it's no surprise then that some of these companies are being sued and labeled as predatory. They target lonely people, convincing them that paying for a subscription will dramatically improve their chances of finding a connection. But here's the darker truth. Most people who have success with dating apps are probably going to have success whether they pay for them or not. And the same can be said for people that aren't having luck. There might be an issue with their pictures, prompts, or maybe they just come across better in person. Personally, I feel like I come across better in video or in person than I do in photos. Some people just don't take great pictures, and paying hundreds of dollars for these services isn't going to fix that. I've had success with both the
I had a woman take my pictures before I took them myself. I noticed a slight improvement, but it's just minimal. I will never be desperate enough to get 500 to pay 500 for an app. I'd rather be alone by then. Again, the vast majority of people that pay this are dudes. It is dudes paying this.
free and premium versions of these apps.
Okay, match rate final totals. 0.95% match rate with Hinge X, actual match rate. 3.1% match rate with Hinge X, projected swipe. Okay. 4.34 match rate with free Hinge, so why the fuck is that more weird? 0.012% match rate with Bumble, with matches according to reports. 0.044% match rate with Bumble with the matches in system. 2.17% match rate with Tinder Platinum. 0.62% match rate with Tinder Gold. 0.57% match rate with free Tinder. Rest in peace.
Apps, and honestly, based on the data I've gathered, despite better results, I don't think there's enough significant difference that justifies paying for these apps. Of course, there are a few exceptions. If you're in a new city for a weekend and don't want to waste days or weeks waiting for matches, paying to skip the process could be beneficial. The same logic applies if you're looking for a really specific type of partner. Still, this entire industry feels very questionable. A lot of the marketing used by these
I don't think I can get a woman on that and wants to wait until marriage. Like a 0 point something percentage on swipes in combination with waiting until marriage. I might as well put a gun in my mouth and end it all. That's just how it is. A return from the store. Welcome back.
These apps is outright misleading, and it's no wonder they're often in the news and facing scrutiny. Personally, I think these apps would be better if they were all free with ads, with an option for an ad-free version, and let's say boosts on the side. Blocking basic features behind a paywall, hiding certain profiles,
It is what it is. Yo, Kuzik, hi, how are you doing?
And claiming you'll have more success if you pay is the definition of pay to win. That said, this is worse on some apps more than others. Despite Bumble taking forever to get my data and the fact I had an incredibly low match rate percentage, I like that Bumble offers lifetime access to its premium version, and I think all apps should have that option. To me, I think Bumble is actually the best bang for your buck. They seem upfront about things, while Hinge and Tinder really seem to oversell how much their premium subscriptions will help your odds of success. Finally, I think this highlights the need to explore dating app alternatives. I know, this might seem off the table for some people in today's world, but if love is the endgame for most, then maybe it's worth stepping out of your comfort zone and trying to do something different. Shoot your shot. You never know. I'm just some dude on the internet. I'm not going to give relationship advice, but I will say this. The happiest I've ever felt in my life was when I was taking risks, even the small ones. Whether going on stage to do karaoke, joining a new club, or striking up a random conversation with a stranger. You never know where it's gonna lead. Who knows, it might even lead to finding your soulmate, or at the very least, someone to spend the night with. As always, thank you so much.
I wouldn't want somebody to spend the night with. Thank you, no. I wish I could use that option, but I live in a rural area where those things are very limited. Like I said, the pandemic has killed third spaces completely. But yeah, that was a good video. First of all, I'm gonna take a quick break, so I'll be right back, cause yeah, tea is dangerous. Okay, I have to go. Bye bye. Take care, Raven. Huh. What video will I watch as a last one? I don't know. I don't have much left here. Let me see. Actually, I need to turn this one up again, because I would like that. Okay. Neat. Let's watch this one.
In the year.
Remember Ubisoft? When they had an NFT game? Well, if you didn't know that, well, now you do. Ubisoft had an NFT game. Ubisoft's latest disaster is a Dead on Arrival NFT game by Muujin. Let's get into it. That'll be the last video for today.
In the year of 2015, which is almost 10 years ago, by the way. Crazy, I know.
H1Z1? I've never heard of that.
A game by the name of H1Z1 came out. To many, this was their first ever introduction to the Battle Royale genre.
To some others, their first introduction was through the DayZ mod for Arma 2 a few years prior. However, the world wasn't really quite ready for these types of games yet. A few years later, in 2017, Fortnite released. During that same year of 2017, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds released as well.
I think PUBG is still the best out of all of these, I think. In my opinion.
And no one could have ever fathomed just how big these games would become. You can actually see this on the Steam player count charts.
Still? Okay. Okay, it's still running pretty well.
Starts off pretty damn well when it releases, but then in 2018 blows up beyond anyone's expectations. It peaked at 3.2 million players just on Steam. Absolutely crazy. It was starting to become very obvious back then. This was a money printing machine. Both PUBG and Fortnite were extremely successful. And all of a sudden you started seeing a huge influx of Battle Royale games come.
Yeah, but I kind of feel like recommended specials. Interesting, Mujin. I feel like that genre has started to burn out a little because like there's not much new coming from it, unfortunately. And Fortnite kind of makes more and more stupid decisions here and there, as far as I'm concerned. They brought back classic Fortnite somehow. I've seen some clips with like people saying screw it and like not playing it because of the building. Yeah.
Coming out every single day. PUBG alone made over $1 billion in the year of 2018. So obviously, big companies were looking at this while drooling and wanted to make their own money printing machines as well. In that same year of 2018, Activision ordered Treyarch to scrap their single-player campaign for Call of Duty Black Ops 4 and to replace it urgently with a Battle Royale game mode. The fact that they made this game mode under such time constraints for the first time was a miracle, and they needed multiple studios under Activision to help them. But seeing that it was extremely trendy and came out during the biggest year for Battle Royale games, it was a massive success. So
I think releasing a Call of Duty without a single-player campaign is a bad idea. Never do that. Ever. For that matter, never do that with any shooter that is not specifically tailored to be a Battle Royale.
So naturally, another big developer that wanted a piece of that sweet, sweet Battle Royale pie was Ubisoft. The only problem was that, unlike Treyarch or Activision, they couldn't do something quick enough. They ended up making a game by the name of Hyperscape and releasing it in 2020, 2 years after the massive Battle Royale hype. The problem was that it was, quite frankly, a Ubisoft game. It had a body, but no soul. A problem the company has been dealing with for many, many years now. So even though the game did have some good aspects to it, it wasn't enough to make a dent in the market, let alone make people want to ditch their current Battle Royale to play this one instead. But this didn't mean that this game didn't have any fans. It did, and some pretty hardcore ones at that. Those same players were hoping that this game was going to have a long lifespan. And, well...
It didn't. Just like many online games now, live service games. How about less live service? If you are entering a genre that you simply cannot compete if it's not better, like, there is barely, like, the new Marvel's, game, right? Like that hero shooter, in quotes. That one is can the way it looks right now, it's really fun, and it might be able to compete with Overwatch too. Games like Concord weren't able to do that.
Well, the game died in less than 2 years. The game died in less than 2 years. You
Still better than Concord.
have battle royales that still exist today, generating a lot of revenue, but this game couldn't even make it 2 years. In fact, you know what's funny? Before making this video, I didn't even know it existed. You probably are watching right now and are thinking, wait, I've never heard of this before. Yeah, that's Ubisoft. Not only are they late to the trend party, but when they do arrive, they have the most mediocre generic piece of trash to present to you. I think it's safe to say that there was probably more awareness about this game being cancelled than it releasing. But it's happening again in 2024. Ubisoft has yet again released a game following a trend that was big 2 years ago, but that now...
Fucking NFTs? Really? Like those ugly monkeys and shit? Ugh.
Now is completely dead. They stealthily released an NFT game at the end of 2024. As you might have guessed, it's a pathetic disaster of epic proportions. You can't even play the game even if you wanted to. Someone already found an exploit that forces everyone to play against them. It's ridiculously bad, dude. It's so pathetic, and to me, it signals the end of Ubisoft, the final nail in the coffin of a once great company.
It is so sad, because Ubisoft had such good games. Rayman. I mean, the new Prince of Persia was pretty solid. Nothing crazy, but it was pretty solid. The games they have, Assassin's Creed, it's just so stupid. Their decisions are so stupid. They're so disconnected with their player base. It is absurd.
And in this video, I'll tell you exactly why this is the case. Let's talk about it. So for me personally, the most annoying time to have been online was probably from mid-2021 to mid-2022, during none other than the NFT frenzy. People just wouldn't shut the hell up about them, whether it was hyping them up or hating on them. Everyone was just talking about NFTs, non-fungible tokens. So many celebrities saw the hype, they saw the money potential, and they started making their own tokens. People were fueled by the idea that these tokens could rise up in value so much that they could give you generational wealth overnight or something. And I mean, why?
They didn't. Also, fucking ugly monkey. Golden ugly monkey. What are you? Super Saiyan 4? Get that thing away from here. So that's for a record 3.4 million US dollars. That's crazy.
Why wouldn't they? There was someone who bought a picture of a monkey for $3.4 million. You know, like, why wouldn't they think that? That's why this was a frenzy. You'd wake up and see yet another Twitter post about someone selling one of these dumb images for $500,000, $1 million, $2 million. Amounts of money for the average person that are completely inconceivable, especially for something like that. Not only did celebrities take advantage of this, but YouTubers did too, in some of the shadiest ways possible. Logan Paul made something called CryptoZoo and made over $3.5 million in a day. That's a lot.
Yeah, but the people lost it all. Lost it all. Like the money, they lost money, tremendous amounts of money. The Hawk Tour girl released a meme coin. And I hope she actually goes to jail as she deserves, because she's literally stealing from a fan base.
A lot of money. It of course turned out to be a scam, and he didn't actually make anything out of the NFT. He was promising a game. He suffered a class action lawsuit from it. This wasn't just limited to non-fungible tokens. Crypto in general was booming because of it. You had celebrities and content creators like KSI tweeting to his followers that they really need to buy this token because it's about to make so much money, and then selling it off as they were buying it. That's what's called a pump and dump. And if you guys remember, before Dr. Disrespect became a complete clown, he even co-founded a game studio centered around an NFT game. He sold 10,000 Founders Access passes for $50.
Oh. Okay. I guess. Sure.
Each, they sold out immediately, which means you're paying $50 to be a free alpha tester, is what that means, really. Additionally, you had Facebook rename itself to Meta and focus solely on the metaverse. Many people were banking that these NFTs would make up a huge portion of the metaverse. So a lot of companies were looking at how much money these NFTs were making and thinking, wait a second, don't I want a piece of this pie that's printing money every single day? EA Games was really interested, Square Enix was really interested, GameStop was interested. Everyone was looking at this like it was the next gold mine. Many gamers were very worried about these developments. But thankfully, those companies' dreams and aspirations of printing millions of dollars were completely shattered.
I don't trust Square Enix ever. I think it is still one of the worst companies out there currently, at least Japanese ones. Censorship, weird, woke behavior. It's just like, what happened?
The NFT frenzy was big, but thankfully it lasted only a short while, from mid-2021 to mid-2022. After that, the market proceeded to crash dramatically, violently even, with tokens being worth up to 620,000 being down to $10. Since the crash, people have realized, well, yeah, maybe selling a PNG image on the blockchain was kinda dumb. I would say 99% of people have already moved on from it, except one company, Ubisoft. And dumb decisions like this are the last thing they need. I mean, look at the stock price right here, minus 74% in the last 5 years. If you invested $1 million in them 5 years ago, you'd barely have 260,000 right now. Things are going extremely bad for them, and it's not surprising seeing that they're making such dumb decisions. The game they're placing all their hopes on is Assassin's Creed Shadows, a game set in feudal Japan,
which they sent back to February because they need to make sure that this works. It will not work, hopefully, because you could have just picked a Japanese man in feudal Japan. Thank you.
And for the first time, the people of the culture being represented by this game are not happy at all. Japan absolutely hates it, and the Japanese government is actually investigating the game and Ubisoft because, in their own words, they're using AI and have done a lack of research. Additionally, in 2024, they launched one of the biggest logistical disasters in video gaming history, Skull and Bones, a game that's taken over a decade to make. It's a multiplayer game where you play as a pirate and your ship has stamina. It has stamina. You literally have stamina to sprint on a ship, bro. You have sails. There's the wind. What do you mean stamina? Well, don't worry, guys.
Also, Skull and Bones was financed by by a government. I don't know which one it was, but it was financed by a government. Yeah. That didn't go too well. And they literally took the sailing from Assassin's Creed Black Flag and just made it worse. You might as well just like took the stuff from Assassin's Creed Black Flag and just ported it over, modernized it a little bit, and that's it. They didn't do that.
Yves Guillemot, the CEO of Ubisoft, has said that.
Also, yeah, I think he said this is a quadruple A game.
This is a quadruple A game, not a triple A game. This is the first ever quadruple A game. He's directly saying that it's better than any game you've ever played in your life objectively. But there's a problem. There's only 125 people playing the best game ever made right now. At least on Steam.
And the all-time peak is 2.5K. Yeah, best game ever made.
I'm sure on console there's millions. But that's not all, because Ubisoft is the gift that keeps on giving. They were finally able to score a Star Wars licensed game. Well, that flopped too. Sold 1 million copies in 1 month. Now that does seem like a high number, but for the cost of the game and seeing that it's a Star Wars licensed game, it's extremely disappointing. It's a flop. So it's no surprise.
Not only that, the main character looks like a Wookiee in-game. Because the character and the model that the character is based on look nothing alike. It is a buggy mess. The people that pre-ordered the game, play through it, had to restart a new save file. And then, because they had had an update for bugs, and that save file wouldn't run properly anymore if they didn't update. Yeah. And what did they get? Some in-game item.
That in 2024, they have made 20% less revenue than in 2023. Even worse, in the second half of 2024, they actually specifically made 36% less revenue than 2023. Things are looking very bad. Now, there are some theories that the reason why Ubisoft is struggling so much is because the CEO is doing it on purpose to drive the stock price as low as possible and be able to rebuy the majority stake in the company. This is something that he's not going to do by himself. This is something that he wants to do with the Chinese conglomerate Tencent. But if you have any hopes in that, if you have any hopes that he's actually playing 5D chess and that he'll bring back Ubisoft to its glory days, guys, it will never happen. According to this French article on Politico, the French parliament is already very well aware of this plan going on in the background, and they will never allow a Chinese company to participate in buying majority stake in the biggest French video game.
The French doing something good once in their existence. Ha! French.
Sweetheart, are you kidding me? I'm sorry to crush your hopes like this, but this is never gonna happen. Period. And this brings us back to them stealthily launching an NFT game at the end of 2024. Ubisoft's obsession with NFTs didn't happen overnight. It's been going on for years now. It's very well documented, and I think that it shows why Ubisoft is an unsalvageable company better than the example that most people use, which is Assassin's Creed Shadows. During the NFT frenzy of 2021, Ubisoft wasn't late. They launched Ubisoft Quartz almost immediately. The premise was simple. There would be limited edition items that would drop in the game Ghost Recon Breakpoint, coming with a serial number and being attached to your name. Even better, they would have a monetary value. You could sell it to someone else if you wanted to. Well, there were probably around 15 total sales of these NFTs. And bear in mind, this was during the NFT frenzy, not later, not 2 years later. This was during 2021. I mean, that is the most embarrassing thing a company of this size has to announce to people.
That is horrendous. That is pathetic. Yeah, this might be actually be a way better point. A way better argument to say that Ubisoft is done.
Well, yeah, we only sold 15. Barely a year later, they shut down the whole program. Quartz was over. It was an absolute disaster. And you'd think, okay, well, they dabbled with NFTs a little bit, tried to get a piece of that pie. It didn't work out. They're done, right? Nope. Nope. Even after shutting down Quartz for Ghost Recon, they still said that there are future NFT drops.
Bro, do you go jogging too? Some content creators have had health issues from sitting a lot without regular cardio. I do a daily 10-kilometer run, yes.
Coming with other games. Something that literally no one wanted to hear, including Ubisoft developers, okay? They were very concerned over this direction Ubisoft was going in because they didn't want NFTs either. During a company Q&A, Yves Guillemot, the wonderful CEO of Ubisoft, told employees that this backlash can compare to microtransactions and loot boxes. It'll pass. What he didn't understand is that gamers already hated microtransactions and loot boxes and didn't want yet another layer of monetization, which were useless NFTs. Well, that didn't work. Ubisoft kept doubling down. Management was convinced NFTs were the future. The employees wanted nothing to do with it. Back in 2022, a new Bloom
NFTs are the future. Sure, buddy. Cool, glad to hear. I noticed you stream a lot. Yeah, I stream a lot. I do. I have the opportunity to have most of my university courses online, like all of them actually. So I usually have them in the morning, not every day though. So I have a lot of time on my hands, and I don't need to cut on anything down on anything. So yeah, there's that.
Bloomberg report said that the friction between Ubisoft management and employees grew more intense on Thursday after the company posted another announcement on its internal message board laying out its strategy for blockchain technology. That message, according to the report, prompted hundreds of negative replies from employees. One employee said it was a deeply embarrassing day to work at Ubisoft, while another asked if management was competing with EA for the most hated game studio by the public title. Ubisoft's handling of widespread workplace misconduct allegations at the company also came up. Our confidence in management.
Well, you run 6 miles a day. Yep. This is actually pretty quick. It's like under an hour at this point. It's not that much of a. It was like the first few times it was a huge struggle, but I got used to it over the last 3 years.
Management was already shaken by the handling of harassment claims, and now this, one employee asked. So imagine, right? In 2020, there were the famous allegations of sexual misconduct at Ubisoft. Some executives had to leave. Executives, okay? Management, upper management had to leave because they were participating in these disgusting acts. In fact, many employees were very disappointed with Ubisoft's handling of the situation. So imagine, the same people
That completely went past me that happened even at Ubisoft. I knew the whole Blizzard thing happening, but that completely went past me.
that you lost complete trust in, that were participating in these allegations, were now telling you NFTs are the future, do it or you're fired. Wonderful company to work in. A year later, in 2022, they kept double.
They also made like a thing you could apply to where where pretty much if you are a straight white male, you cannot apply, and yes, that is illegal. But yeah, they even have that. Jeez, and I hate walking 2 hours to work each day. Oh, fuck me. I don't do it. I don't love doing it, right? I don't love doing it. I just do it because it's discipline at this point. It's like I'm used to it. It's like routine. But I don't enjoy it. I don't wake up and I'm like, man, nice. I want to run. I'm gonna go for a run for 10 kilometers. No. It's more like, get up, you bitch. You gotta run this.
Down. A Ubisoft executive said that people who are criticizing NFTs just don't get it. Guys, it's your fault, okay? That's Ubisoft's relationship with feedback and criticism. Not once in the last 10 years did they actually take a step back and think, wait, maybe we screwed up here. So obviously this was a sign that they were not going to stop anytime soon. But you know what? I'm glad they doubled down because now I can own Ezio's digital soul. Are you starting to understand why Ubisoft is going to go bankrupt in the next few years?
Chat, I can get Ezio's soul. I will immediately buy that. Man, I love old Assassin's Creed. I love it. These games were so good. This is so sad to see.
Unless they fire every person in management. They're tone deaf. Who asked for this? Who? Tell me, is there a single person watching this video who asked for this? No, because here's the funniest thing in all of this. Gamers, or just people who play video games in general, are probably the worst demographic for NFTs. You see, non-fungible tokens have found some form of success in sports or music. But gamers are tired, okay? They have microtransactions, they have subscriptions. They're being told by Ubisoft executives that they have to get used to the fact that they won't.
I'll take one of the greatest scams in video gaming history is that we gamers have to pay for online playing. This should not be a thing, ever. These motherfuckers already sell most games online, which means they don't have any shipping, don't have less shipping, they have a lot less, like, they don't need to take care of, like, packaging and stuff. That could go into the servers instead. Meanwhile, PC gamers don't have to pay. There's a power of a brain that becomes stronger when a person chooses habits that are not enjoyable, but typically beneficial. It is like a willpower or discipline section of the brain. Could be. I don't paid much attention to that, to be fair. I'll just do things. It's mostly just also to keep my mind occupied, because, yeah. The voices can be very loud. The Poke, can you buy my soul? I don't know. No, I don't want to. Hypothetical religious people and athletes would likely have a noticeable difference in their brain. Okay, okay.
Won't be able to own their games anymore. They already have a million things to worry about already. They don't need yet another layer of monetization. And they have no idea. They're so tone deaf about it. And that's why we're here today, even after all the backlash internally at Ubisoft and externally from players. They still doubled down and released a game end of 2024 called Champions Tactics, which is a full-blown NFT game. This is all in conjunction with their master plan of making a play-to-earn model, where the more you play a game, the more money you make. A model that is ridiculously unsustainable and is only a pipe dream. Here's how the game works. The Web3 comes into play as a method of collecting figurines to battle with.
Oh, I just realized that hypocritical. I'm stupid. A full-blown NFT game. I think for because I kind of need my soul. Kinda, you'll probably need it, yes. A NFT game. Full-blown. End of 2024. In a model that is unsustainable. At this point, I believe they're ruining the company on purpose. Like, this is on purpose. You cannot tell me that it isn't.
When you first start the game, you're given some temporary figurines to play with, but you'll eventually need to either purchase actual figurines, aka NFTs, from other players using either in-game gold or cryptocurrency, or craft your own using the Forge system, which also requires either in-game currency or crypto. Oh man, I love paying for everything. At the time of this piece, 5 days after launch, the in-game marketplace has figurines for sale ranging from around $7 to a whopping $63,000 for something called a Swift Zealot. Champions Tactics is free to download, though you have to have a Ubisoft account and a supported blockchain wallet to actually play it. While it appears you can technically play the game entirely for free without ever engaging with NFTs using in-game currency, the viability of this strategy is likely going to be dependent on how the prices for actually powerful characters fluctuates over the game's lifespan. It's a PvP game, with no campaign and no PvE beyond a training mode, so free-to-play players will inevitably be at the mercy of people willing to engage with the NFT marketplace and spend some real money to buy or forge the absolute best champions. A real pay-to-win dilemma.
Yeah, this is like playing Dragon Ball Legends. But worse. What the fuck? What the fuck are they doing? What are they even doing anymore? They actually want to run this company in the ground.
Yeah, you don't say. Okay, fine. You know what? Let's check out the game. Maybe it looks fun. Maybe it's cool. It's a 45-second announcement trailer. The dislike ratio is ridiculous. Look, maybe they just don't get it. Maybe they just don't understand. Maybe it's their problem. Let's watch. Okay. High quality cinematics. They've invested into this. I see. Cards. Okay. Wow. Wow. Wow. Really cool moving drawings. Can I see gameplay? Any gameplay? Wait. Is this it? Oh my god. They're figurines. Oh my god, bro. That's it.
I mean, the idea itself, I don't even mind that. That could have been like an idea that could have worked well, right? Remember, like, there were like games where like you had like cards and you had like a camera and they had to target the camera on the cards, and then the creatures appeared. Old ass game, completely don't even remember it. The idea of that I like. I don't like the NFT part, and I don't like that it's Ubisoft. This could have probably done really well as a mobile game, probably, not as a Ubisoft game. Maybe from an indie developer, this would have been more understandable.
That's the gameplay. I'd rather own these figurines in real life and have them fight each other like I used to do with toys when I was 5 years old. Are you kidding me? You know, I should mention that this game launched with no marketing whatsoever, okay? Zero marketing. almost like they were embarrassed that they were launching it. And they should. The weekend after this game launched, you couldn't even play it. Someone was fully exploiting the matchmaking system. 2 accounts, Shillarai11 and Paulstar111, were at the top of the leaderboards after having played 56,000 matches. It hasn't even been a week since the game came out.
These dudes have no life this game! Wow! Wow, they've completely no life this game! It's probably 1-1, 1-1-1. Is it the same person? Probably.
You had someone effectively forcing every single player in the game to play against him. You couldn't play against anyone else. And yet, they released this game anyway. But my question is, why? You know how Warner Brothers gutted Coyote vs. Acme, a movie that could have actually been really good just for tax write-offs because they really needed the money? Ubisoft has already made 20% less revenue than 2023. Why not just use this dumbass game as a tax write-off? Why release it? Are you stupid? The worst and greediest company on planet Earth, EA Games, also was very hyped about NFTs with Ubisoft. Even they've already backtracked from NFT enthusiasm, okay? How does a game...
Crazy. I would never expect that from a company like EA. These motherfuckers are greedy as fuck. With these, like, weird, like, people, right? With these weird companies that, like, have, like, continuous online games that release every year. They know they just could make a game, call it FIFA, and just update it. Just like Call of Duty. They know that they could make a definitive Call of Duty and just update it. We just know they will never do that because they're greedy.
Game like this make it on the market at the end of 2024, 2 years after the hype completely died down. Well, again, that's the problem with Ubisoft. Same problems facing some beloved game developers that have completely deteriorated over the years, like Blizzard. The problem was that these companies, while booming, hired the wrong people. And then even worse, they then promoted those wrong people. And that's how you get present-day Ubisoft, a company running on ego and self-preservation that takes zero feedback and accountability on anything they do, instead choosing to blame their players whenever something bad happens. That's how a game like this can have such an embarrassing launch. I always had a glimmer of hope that this company could recover, but after seeing them release this NFT game, honestly, all hope is gone. It's safe to say that all the good employees who made the games of my childhood have already left or are already on their way out. Even the ones still working there are dissatisfied and are currently striking against the company's policies and decisions. It's with no exaggeration that I say that it's over for Ubisoft. It's tragic, but leadership has no one to blame but themselves. In the coming years, this company will face a reckoning unlike any we've ever seen before. But for now, take care, stay safe. Thank you so much for watching till the end. It means a lot. And yeah.
Okay, we're done with this video. Ubisoft is gonna go, eventually. I think this could also be the start of a second video game crash. Remember that back in the day, before I was born, before many of us were probably born, we had a huge video game crash. Where, like, everything, the start of that was E.T. The start of this will probably be Ubisoft falling. But we'll have to see how this will develop in the future. Well, guys, that'll be the last video for today. I'll be back probably tomorrow, as usual. Probably. If I don't get hit by a meteor or something, you never know. Could happen. Could happen. But yeah, I had a lot of fun today. We are also really close to 1k subs. It is actually insane. Like, actually. Would have never dreamt that would happen, but yeah, here we are. But yeah. I'ma head out. I wish you a nice day, night, whatever it is. Wherever you are, but yeah. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching today, and I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.